Chapter 329, The 16 Restrictions, Spirit Artifact, should not be Wu Zhao's own personal belonging. The 16 Restrictions Spirit Artifact should not be Wu Zhao's own personal belonging. The Heavenly Sky Sect really took things into consideration very thoroughly for the sake of exploring this mystic realm. They actually even antic. 1P aided this kind of scenario. Seemed like the Heavenly Sky Sect was well-deserved to be the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. They had quite a few capable people. Wu Zhao finished talking and involuntarily looked at Yi Yuan. He was clearly seeking his opinion. Yi Yuan smiled and took out his 3 storage rings and tossed them to Wu Zhao. Since Elder Wu already worked everything out so carefully, how can I disagree? I also feel that this way is rather fair. Wu Zhao reached over and received Yi Yuan's storage rings, placing them one by one into the restriction compa. S is opening. Very soon, those 3 storage rings were placed under restrictions and appeared in Wu Zhao's hands once again. Wu Zhao threw the storage rings back to Yi Yuan and said, "Apart from placing the restriction, I didn't touch your storage rings. Take a look yourself." Yi Yuan swept with his divine sense and said smilingly, "I can set my mind at ease when Elder Wu does things." With Yi Yuan leading, the others naturally would not say anything else. They took out their storage rings in succession and said them to Wu Zhao. Since this spirit artifact is called Restrictions Compa it naturally has a search function other than placing restrictions. I've already set it up. If I find out that anyone secretly hid storage rings, don't blame me for being discourteous. Wu Zhao said solemnly as he placed restrictions for other people's storage rings. With him saying that, many people's faces changed and took out their hidden storage rings unwillingly. Majority of the sect disciples used magic artifact rank storage rings, not considered valuable. It was normal for a person to have quite a few. Spirit artifact rank storage rings would be extremely rare items. Yi Yuan only had 3 storage rings on him, and were already all placed under restriction by Wu Zhao. But Wu Zhao probably never imagined that Yi Yuan still had a spatial spirit artifact on him apart from storage rings. The rank of the spatial spirit artifact was much higher than the restrictions compa Even if the restrictions compa had a detecting function, it was also not possible to probe out. This restrictions compa of Wu Zhao indeed prevented everyone from secretly plussing treasures to the greatest extent. However, Yi Yuan was not subjected to the restrictions. Wu Zhao placed everyone's storage rings under restriction very quickly. Then, he casually took out a stack of storage rings and distributed them to everybody. These are all precious artifact grade storage rings. It's sufficient for everybody to use this to store treasures. Now, everyone split up and go seek out treasures yourselves. In the end, you still have to gather back here. At that time, split according to the ratios that we agreed upon, Wu Zhao said. When Wu Zhao finished talking, they all nodded their heads. Such a distribution manner. The more treasures everybody found, the greater the amount each team naturally could get. Hence, no need to fear that they would not put in the effort. Yi Yuan spoke at this time. Since the preparation works are all done, we can also start seeking treasures now. Elder May, I won't follow you guys this time. You all be more careful. This sect has quite a bit of foundation in terms of the array formations path. Don't be impatient when encountering any treasure. Always put safety first. Meijin nodded and said, "All right, you be careful too." Finished talking, Yi Yuan left alone. Coming to a place with N. Body, Yi Yuan's finger twitched, and the cat-like white light immediately appeared before him. White light had not seen Yi Yuan for quite some time. He jumped on Yi Yuan's shoulder directly and extended its tongue to lick Yi Yuan's face. All right, it wasn't very convenient these few days, so I didn't let you out. It's now time for you to display your talents fully. There should be quite a few nice treasures here. Bring me to hunt them all out. Yi Yuan pulled White Light off and said. White Light also perked up when it heard it. Roaring softly twice, it turned into a beam of light and ran off. Yi Yuan was also taken aback by White Light's speed. This little fellow was indeed worthy of the name of White Light. With his current speed, ordinary spirit condensation, realm martial artists most likely could not catch up at all. And White Light's cultivation speed was also highly outrageous. It was also middle stage tier 2, going to break through to late stage tier 2 very soon. But Yi Yuan's movement technique was not slow either, executing Spirit Void, shattering S.P.A.C. He caught up very quickly. White Light arrived at a slightly hidden room with a couple of bounds. Yi Yuan pushed open the door cautiously and could not help showing a thrilled look. This place was actually a pill refining room. What made Yi Yuan excited was that a square medicinal cauldron was placed in the center of the refining room. Yi Yuan recognized with a single glance that this was a tier 5 medicinal cauldron. He did not think that this inconspicuous room would actually have a tier 5 item. To an alchemist, medicinal cauldrons were their lives. Ever since rebirth, Yi Yuan had never had a handy medicinal cauldron of his own. He was basically SCR, a ping around everywhere when refining pills. Without a good medicinal cauldron, refining medicinal pills would unsurprisingly be all the more exhausting too. Tier 5 medicinal cauldrons naturally did not even count as trash to the previous life's Yi Yuan, but to the current him, it was an extremely hard to come by item. Although Yi Yuan could not unleash the full power of this medicinal cauldron now, refining pills or whatever in the future would obviously be much more convenient too. Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame, coupled with a tier 5 medicinal cauldron. What medicinal pills were there that he could not refine? Take medicinal cauldrons, for instance. Medicinal cauldrons below tier 4 were very easy to find. But medicinal cauldrons tier 4 and above were exceedingly rare, because starting from refining tier 4 medicinal pills, array formations would be inscribed within the medicinal pills. Ordinary medicinal cauldrons simply could not withstand it. Tier 4 and above medicinal cauldrons must be forged using special materials, and then have intricate array formations placed internally by Tier 4 and above formation masters before it could take form. As for the preciousness of Tier 5 medicinal cauldrons, that went even more without saying. At least in the land of the Southern Domain, it was impossible to have Tier 5 medicinal cauldrons, because there was simply no one who could refine Tier 5 medicinal pills. Yi Yuan did not go to collect the Tier 5 medicinal cauldrons right away. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. This refining room's configuration was relatively complete. Yi Yuan just swept a glance and could tell that the owner of this place should have been a Tier 5 alchemist, which was also Alchemy Sovereign. In the endless world, Alchemy Sovereign was already an extremely powerful existence. Yi Yuan unwittingly held his chin and started pondering. He could sense that the Tao teachings that Lu Linfeng left behind back then was definitely extremely powerful. But why did it end up in such dire straits? This Eternal Splendor Palace had an Alchemy Sovereign. It surely also had a Tier 5 Formation Sovereign existence. A sect possessing a Tier 5 Formation Sovereign. How could ordinary people dare to provoke the sect? Just based on that heavenly thunder essence locking Grand Array outside, not many people would dare to come and aggravate them, right? The Divine Realm's Grand Yen Divine King. Even before he ascended, he would surely have been an endless world legend already. Even if his disciples and followers were complete trash, there should also not be any problem to sustain for several thousand years. But looking at this eternal splendor palace, why did it look like it vanished into thin air overnight? What in the world happened back then? What was with this mystic realm? Yi Yuan thought carefully and felt that there just seemed to be something not right. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's peripheral sight scanned and discovered a jade slip fragment on the operating platform. Chapter 330. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand, and that jade slip fragment flew into his hand. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand, and that jade slip fragment flew into his hand. He sunk his divine sense into it, but discovered that the information inside was incomplete, especially the content towards the back tended to only be a few short words. It did not even form sentences. Only invasion, B-L-O-O-D, why battle, death. These simple few words attracted Yi Yuan's attention. Looks like this eternal splendor palace seemed to have suffered a catastrophe back then. That's why it met such an end. Or perhaps Lu Linfeng exhausted the sect's destiny alone, resulting in the eternal splendor palace bearing such an undeserved calamity. Yi Yuan sighed and muttered to himself. Yi Yuan put down the jade slip and came to the Tier 5 medicinal cauldron's side, only to see the word square on the side of the medicinal cauldron. This should be the medicinal cauldron's name, right? Square Cauldron. Very fitting, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Yi Yuan used divine sense to sweep over Square Cauldron and could not helping praising again. Indeed, well-deserved of the Tao teachings that Lu Linfeng left behind. The array formations inscribed on this medicinal cauldrons is also so extravagant. The previous owner of this Square Cauldron had clearly already set away a long time ago. Now, it was an ownerless object. Yi Yuan just had to leave his own divine sense imprint on it to be able to utilize the medicinal cauldron. But when Yi Yuan was planting his divine sense imprint, the Square Cauldron gave off a series of roars. It actually appeared to be rather opposed. This made Yi Yuan feel quite astonished. He sighed emotionally and said, "Profound artifact spirit link. Looks like you had very deep feelings with your previous owner. I wonder, how is that limitless cauldron of mine now?" Sigh. Above spirit artifacts were profound artifacts. This Square Cauldron was a profound artifact. Spirit artifact already had spirituality. Profound artifacts were naturally even more attuned. The owner of the Square Cauldron already set away for several thousand years, but it still did not wish to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master. It could be seen just how deep its feelings for its former owner was. Seeing this reminded him of it. Medicinal cauldrons were no longer an artifact item, but like their family members. A paltry Square Cauldron had such spirituality, let alone Yi Yuan's Tier 9 limitless cauldron. Seemingly sensing the sorrow in Yi Yuan's heart, the Square Cauldron's tremoring sounds became softer, sounding like whimpering. It actually produced a resonance with Yi Yuan. This made Yi Yuan stupefied. He smiled and said, "You staying here will only let a fine artifact be covered in dust. Do you want to lie in this place for thousands of years? I know that you have very deep feelings for your previous owner, but if you MP into another owner who treasures you, wouldn't it be 100 times better than you lying here? Rest assured, I'll let you give off even more dazzling brilliance than before." The Square Cauldron obviously could not understand Yi Yuan's words, but it could understand Yi Yuan's meaning through Yi Yuan's divine sense. Yi Yuan's confidence regarding the alchemy path simply did not need to be feigned, because in this world, he was one of those strongest few people. Of course, if he was given time, he might perhaps be the strongest and not one of, or maybe Yi Yuan's lament before moved the Square Cauldron, or perhaps Yi Yuan's powerful confidence infected the Square Cauldron. All in all, It did not resist this time, and freely allowed Yi Yuan to leave an imprint on its body. All of a sudden, the square cauldron shone brilliantly. The dust on the cauldron body all fell off. A profound artifact that was covered in dust for thousands of years came into being once more. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and put away the square cauldron into the spatial spirit artifact. Then he patted White Light's tiny head and said, "Come, let's continue." To White Light, seeking treasure seemed to be a very enjoyable thing. He jumped up joyfully and led Yi Yuan to set off again. This time, White Light ran a very long distance and arrived at a room again. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was that he was just about to push the door and enter when the door opened from inside. It was actually Wu Zhao who walked out from inside. He did not think that this room was actually grabbed by Wu Zhao first. And just as Wu Zhao was about to appear, White Light vanished with a swoosh. He actually hid inside the spatial spirit artifact already. When Wu Zhao saw Yi Yuan, he was also stunned. Right after, he said delightedly, "So, it's Martial Nephew Yi. You arrived a step late. I just found a 32 restrictions spirit artifact inside. You don't need to go in anymore." Huh? Wu Zhao suffered losses at Yi Yuan's hand repeatedly, but this time he gained an edge over Yi Yuan. He immediately felt his spirit become refreshed. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Then I'll have to congratulate Elder Wu. Since this place has already been searched by Elder Wu, I'll go look elsewhere." Presumably, Wu Zhao would not leave him anything either. Entering again was naturally a wild goose chase. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the Heavenly Sky Sect surely had their own method to retain treasures. It was just that he did not expose it earlier. Since everyone was relying on their own means anyway, whoever found it would belong to that person. Yi Yuan believed that with White Light, this treasure-seeking expert, the things he found would naturally not be inferior to the Heavenly Sky Sect. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left straight away. Wu Zhao saw that Yi Yuan had no reaction at all and unwittingly felt like his punch struck the air, incredibly depressed. Seeing Yi Yuan leave, Wu Zhao also left uninterestedly. But after Wu Zhao left, Yi Yuan's figure appeared at the entrance of this room again. Yi Yuan also thought that this room already had nothing much to search for. But after he had just left, White Light appeared again, biting his pants as he dragged him over here. Could it be that this room still had some good stuff? But towards White Light's judgment, Yi Yuan was still very confident. This room was rather like a utility room, piled full of all sorts of things inside messily. Sweeping a glance across, some places were already emptied out. Clearly, it was taken by Wu Zhao. White Light took 3 steps as 2 steps and came to the corner shelf against the wall, holding S-H-I plus New York black bead, and came in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out to receive the bead and involuntarily furrowed his brows slightly. This bead was too inconspicuous. At a glance, it was simply unranked. It was no wonder that Wu Zhao did not notice it at all. Yi Yuan could not refrain from playing with this black bead and tried inserting a trace of essence energy, but there was still no reaction at all. The unresigned Yi Yuan probed his divine sense inside again, but there was still no reaction at all. With this, Yi Yuan was completely met out. Presumably, the Eternal Splendor Palace person most likely tried all sorts of means after obtaining this bead as well, but was fruitless in the end. That was why it was cast aside like an old shoe. Otherwise, it would also not be placed in a remote corner like this. With Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience, he was also unable to tell what on earth this bead was, let alone other people. Could it be that White Light made a mistake this time? This was just a very ordinary bead. Yi Yuan could not help looking over at White Light and noticed that he was currently wagging his tail to to claim credit. He involuntarily laughed and said, "I'm afraid that you misjudged this time." White Light protested immediately when he heard that. He bounced up and down and bared his teeth, just short of roaring at Yi Yuan. Speaking of, it was strange. White Light was already middle stage tier 2, but his physique actually did not change at all. He still looked like a kitten. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only put the black bead away in the spatial spirit artifact. But right at that instant, a wave of stabbing pain flooded Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. The golden characters gave off a blinding light. Then that black bead vanished with a whooze. H. Plus. Chapter 331, Yi Yuan's Divine. Sense fell into a trace briefly, but recovered swiftly. Yi Yuan's Divine. Sense fell into a trace briefly, but recovered swiftly. He was secretly alarmed and quickly inspected his own sea of consciousness, and could not help being taken aback. That black bead was currently suspended within his sea of consciousness quietly, and those golden characters were revolving around the black bead, appearing very serene. What kind of situation was this? Yi Yuan was dumbfounded for a moment. He had never encountered such a bizarre incident. What the H.E.L.I. was this black bead, to actually arouse the golden characters' covetous eyes. It was very clear that the golden characters forcefully S.N.A.T.C. had away the black bead from his hands just now. Looking at it now, this black bead was more than just special. It was simply a heaven-defying object. But when Yi Yuan checked his body over, he did not discover any sort of changes. He could not help heaving a sigh of relief, but was also somewhat faintly disappointed. If this bead were really some heaven-defying item, it would be good to bring some changes to his body. Letting out a long sigh, Yi Yuan brought White Light and exited the room. Different from the other people searching blindly, Yi Yuan had White Light's help. Everything he found was top-tier treasures. After 2 hours, apart from the square cauldron, Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact gained many more things, large quant. 1. Ties of spirit medicine, over 20 sets of spirit artifacts, magic artifacts, as well as large quant. 1. Ties of essence crystals. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt like he became an overnight millionaire. White Light brought him to an herb storehouse. Inside the herb storehouse were spirit medicines of every rank. Just the tier 4 medicinal herbs were over a dozen. But the most peculiar thing was that this second level actually had no danger whatsoever. Everybody returned to the gathering place perfectly all right, as if this second level was a place especially for people to seek treasures. Yi Yuan casually summoned the things in the storage ring. Only 2 or 3 spirit artifact and some medicinal herbs that he had no use of. When Wu Zhao saw the things Yi Yuan found, his face could not help showing an odd expression. "Martial nephew, Yi Yuan only found these." Yi Yuan sighed helplessly and said, "Yes, luck wasn't very good. I didn't find anything good. The way I see it, there probably isn't anything good here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no danger at all here." Wu Zhao was actually very dejected too. The best thing he found was that 32 restrictions spirit artifact. He even showed off in front of Yi Yuan, but this did not seem quite right no matter how one looked at it. This mysterious sect was plainly very powerful. A 32 restrictions spirit artifact should not be the best, right? Thinking up to here, Wu Zhao could not resist observing the restrictions compa S secretly, but there was no reaction at all. That also meant that Yi Yuan did not cheat. It was really quite abnormal. He obviously did not know that the good stuff here were all lying inside Yi Yuan's spatial spirit artifact, quietly tallying up the final count. 264 restrictions spirit artifacts and 732 restrictions spirit artifacts showed up. As for 8 restrictions and 16 restrictions, there was naturally plenty. Apart from this, the most that everyone found was still cultivation methods and martial techniques. Of course, that was because Yi Yuan did not take fancy to them. These were mostly Tier 3 or 4 cultivation methods and martial techniques. They were simply pretty useless to Yi Yuan. The final thing was the issue of distribution. The Heavenly Sky Sect and Tranquil Cloud Sect, 2 sects, possessed the greatest right to speak. After a round of intense discussion, the 264 restrictions spirit artifact were split evenly by the 2 sections. As for the 32 restrictions spirit artifacts, 4 to the Heavenly Sky Sect and 3 to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Additionally, the Heavenly Sky Sect compensate the Tranquil Cloud Sect 4 pieces of 16 restrictions spirit artifact. Among that included the restrictions Compa S. This was fought for by Yi Yuan. This restrictions Compa S was rather interesting. It seemed to be able to replicate inhibition array formations. This made Yi Yuan rather interested. As for the other spirit artifacts, they were divided up by the other 6 great sections. The Heavenly Sky Sect turned their noses up on these low-rank spirit artifacts, while the Tranquil Cloud Sect was also considered to have gained enormous benefits. They obviously would not haggle over this either. Those cultivation methods and martial techniques, the 8 great sects followed the ratio discussed beforehand. The Tranquil Cloud Sect also got to pick several Tier 4 cultivation methods and martial techniques. So far, the Tranquil Cloud Sect could be said to be the greatest winner this mystic realm trip. They did not lose a single man, but obtained the most natural treasures and riches. Looking at the Heavenly Sky Sect, on the other hand, the lineup sent out this time was the strongest, but presently only a mere 10 people were left. Although the 3 elders were all here after they were extorted a sum by Yi Yuan, their gains probably did not even match the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Everything was distributed properly. A new problem appeared in front of everyone. Where was the entrance to the 3rd level? There were still around 30 people left among the 8 sections. But these people all said that they did not see the entrance to the 3rd level after returning. Now that things came to this, everyone each had their own judgment in their hearts. This Eternal Splendor Palace should be a sect possessing Tier 5 experts at its prime. But the things found by the 8 sects now were basically all Tier 4 and below Tier 4. Then, where did the Tier 5 articles go? This was the key point. To the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, Tier 5 was absolutely an enormous temptation. If they obtained a Tier 5 cultivation method, their sect strength would surely have a qualitative leap. One had to know that the Heavenly Sky Sect's strongest expert at present was only at the 3rd level Soul Sea realm. Martial Nephew Yi, I wonder if you have any way of entering the 3rd level? Wu Zhao was also at a loss as to what to do and could only ask Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan was also clueless at the moment and shook his head and said, "No idea. Or perhaps there isn't a 3rd level at all." Wu Zhao said, "How is that possible? Tier 5 experts clearly existed in this Eternal Splendor Palace. And since we entered the mystic realm until now, all we saw were Tier 4 stuff. What about Tier 5 items then?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What's surprising about that? The Eternal Splendor Palace had clearly suffered a severe blow, or maybe the Tier 5 items were plundered away by their foes." In truth, Yi Yuan was just saying. Even he himself did not believe it either. The 1st level and 2nd level items were preserved very completely. That at least showed that this great hall did not suffer heavy losses. Then, the 3rd level definitely existed. Except, where on earth was the entrance to the 3rd level? Evidently, all the rooms in the 2nd level were searched through by everyone, and they did not find any obvious entrance. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's heart suddenly gave birth to a hint of ominous premonition, as if there was some danger currently approaching. But when he surveyed his surroundings, he did not find anything dangerous. Yi Yuan could not help recalling the contents of that jade slip fragment. Could it be? But just as Yi Yuan was pondering, rumbling sounds suddenly came from beneath his feet. The entire Eternal Splendor Palace trembled at this very instant, as if an earthquake was happening. Many people lost their footing and fell to the ground. Ouch! What is it? What happened? Such a violent earthquake. The mystic realm isn't collapsing, right? Touch wood. You crow's beak. Saying any more, and your father will shred your mouth. For a moment, the 8 sex disciples fell into a disorderly mess. Deep beneath the earth, a light flashed, and several silhouettes appeared. These people's looks were very rugged. Their attire was vastly different from Yi Yuan's company. Ha ha ha! It's been several thousand years. Our fierce gale world finally descended upon the endless world again. A bushy-bearded, burly fellow laughed wildly. Chapter 332, Fierce Gale World Survivor. Lin Chao pays respect to your excellency. Fierce Gale World Survivor. Lin Chao pays respect to your excellency. After that, bushy-bearded, burly man burst into wild laughter. A person came forward to salute. It was precisely Lin Chao. And how was the present Lin Chao, some crystal formation realm martial artist? He was shockingly already a sea transformation realm expert. Turned out that when he was traveling together with the Tranquil Cloud sect, he had been concealing his strength all along. Even Yi Yuan surprisingly did not perceive it. That bushy-bearded, burly man shot Lin Chao a glance and said in a booming voice, "Was this 6 Extreme Seals grand array broken by you?" Lin Chao replied respectfully, "Yes. Us survivors have been lying low in this endless world's southern domain for thousands of years and finally found the way to crack the formation and the location of the seal. Today, the fortune of cracking the formation is truly my Purple Mansion sect disciples several thousand years long-cherished Wisconsin H." Plus, the bushy-bearded burly man chortled with laughter and said, "Ha! Also considered that you guys have the heart. Back then, leaving you all in the endless world was the divine stroke of the previous generation's Wind Emperor. To think that it finally bore fruit today. You're called Lin Chao, right? Good. I've remembered you. I'll report your contributions to the higher-ups." Lin Chao was overjoyed as he said, "Lin Chao dare not claim credit for himself. My Purple Mansion sect all swallowed humiliation and shouldered heavy burdens to reside in the southern domain land just for today." The bushy-bearded, burly man nodded and said, "All right, you don't need to say any more. I know well in my heart your strength is decent. It's just that such an appearance completely became this endless world's wuss-like look." Lin Chao smiled and said, "Didn't our fierce gale world want to enter the endless world in order to become like this?" The bushy-bearded, burly man was stunned, but then he laughed loudly and said, "Ha! What you said is correct. Oh, right, I'm called Lan Bao. These 3 are my clansmen, Lan Hu, Lan Feng, Lan Yun." Lin Chao clasped his hands and said with a salute, "I've seen the 3 lords." Lan Bao waved his hands and said, "No need to be so formal. Your strength is equal to theirs. Just address each other as brothers will do. This 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array is unbelievably powerful. Although you broke the formation's base from this side, only sea transformation realms can pass through right now. I've already informed the higher-ups. They will send people over very soon to continue cracking the Grand Array. Wanting to completely link the 2 worlds will probably still need half a year to a year's time. During this period, we have to guard this sageway well." Lin Chao nodded and said, what Big Brother Lon said is right. Actually, the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array is within a mystic realm in the Endless World's southern domain. I snuck inside the team exploring the mystic realm and came together this time. As he spoke, Lin Chao briefly summarized the situation after entering the mystic realm to Lan Bao. Lan Bao was completely indifferent when he heard it and said, "Turns out it's a bunch of crystal formation, realm little b, ASTARDS. The few of us is enough. Brother Lin Chao. Exterminate them together with the 4 of us brothers." Lin Chao said respectfully, "Yes." After a long while, the rocking Eternal Splendor Palace finally quietened down. But it was already in a big mess. The Eternal Splendor Palace had clearly been reinforced with array formations before. Although the swaying was extremely intense, it was not damaged at all. What on earth happened? Why did it shake so violently just now? Wu Zhao's words were directed at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan shook his head, but suddenly thought of something, and his expression involuntarily changed drastically. His figure moved and came to a Purple Mansion sect disciple's side. Grabbing his collar, he asked, "Quickly say, where is Lin Chao?" That Purple Mansion sect disciple was first taken aback. Following that, he also had a sudden realization and said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Lin? Why yes, where is Senior Apprentice Brother Lin? When did Senior Apprentice Brother Lin disappear?" Yi Yuan clenched his teeth and threw that Purple Mansion sect disciple onto the ground. He had been eyeing that disciple's eyes the entire time. If he lied, it definitely could not escape his eyes. That Purple Mansion sect disciple also did not know when Lin Chao disappeared or what he went to do. This was even stranger. The things that Lin Chao was going to do, even his fellow sect members were actually unaware. No wonder the first time he laid eyes on Lin Chao, he had a very strange feeling. Seemed like this fellow had a problem from the start. When Wu Zhao saw Yi Yuan lose his composure like so, he was also greatly startled. He came forward and asked, "Martial Nephew Yi, what happened? Who is this Lin Chao?" With Wu Zhao's status, he obviously would not pay attention to a crystal formation realm martial artist. Lin Chao's disappearance made Yi Yuan's heart give rise to an intense uneasiness. He had a feeling that the earthquake earlier definitely had a link to Lin Chao. What in the world did he do? Yi Yuan briefly described Lin Chao's ident. One Tai. In truth, he also did not know who on earth Lin Chao was. Looking at it now, Lin Chao most likely had some undisclosable ident. One Tai. And his goal of entering the mystic realm was different from his group of people. When Wu Zhao heard Yi Yuan's words, he also could not figure it out and was somewhat uncertain. "We'd better leave this place quickly. I keep feeling like something is about to happen." At this time, Wu Zhao clearly also sensed trouble. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Already too late. I'm afraid that our exit is already blocked off." His words had yet to fade, only to see a flash of light. 5 silhouettes appeared in front of everybody. When the 8 sex disciples saw these 5 people, they all felt an intensely oppressive feeling. The visual shock that Lan Bao and his 3 brothers' wild form gave everyone was too strong. When Wu Zhao saw Lan Bao, his eyes involuntarily became intent. 5th level C transformation realm. Wu Zhao sucked in a cold breath. A 5th level C transformation realm expert was simply not somebody that they could contend with. One Lan Bao could take care of all of them, but Yi Yuan's gaze stopped on Lin Chao's body and similarly felt a wave of inconceivability. Turns out, presently, that the 8th level crystal formation, Realm Lin Chao, was actually already 3rd level C transformation realm. Lan Bao's group of 5, 1/5 level C transformation realm, and 4 3rd Level C transformation realm. How were they going to fight? Seeing such a lineup, everyone revealed despairing looks. Brother Lin Chao, are these people the endless world people that explored the mystic realm together with you? Lan Bao asked, as if there was body else present. Lin Chao nodded and said, "That's right. 100 of us came on this trip. The majority of the sea transformation realm elders have already been smitten down by the heavenly thunder essence locking grand array. Only these people are left." Lan Bao said with a disdainful face, "A bunch of ant-like existences. Are the endless world's people all this week?" Lin Chao smiled and said, "How can the endless world's natives be our fierce-scale world's match? Back then, if not for the Grand Yen True sect sacrificing the entire sect's strength to seal the realm Pa-S Sageway, the endless world would have been our fierce-scale worlds long ago. How could they have the opportunity to wander these several thousand years freely?" Lan Bao guffawed when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, what Brother Lin said is right. But before long, the endless world will be ours." At this time, a Purple Mansion sect disciple asked weakly, "Lin, are you senior apprentice Brother Lin? Why you said something about fierce-scale world just now? What is happening here?" Lin Chao looked at him and said with a smile, "You probably don't know yet, right? Our Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons are all fierce-scale world survivors. Our mission for staying in the endless world is to open up the two worlds Pa-S Sageway to welcome the Wind Emperor's arrival. Junior apprentice Brother W, A, N, G, U, and I are fellow sect apprentices. If you pledge allegiance to my fierce-scale world, now I can give you a way out." Chapter 333, Junior Apprentice Brother WENG clearly did not know what fierce-scale world was. But even if he was any dumber, he also knew that Lin Chao was not an endless world native currently. Junior Apprentice Brother W, A, N, G clearly did not know what fierce-scale world was. But even if he was any dumber, he also knew that Lin Chao was not an endless world native currently. Hearing Lin Chao's words, Junior Apprentice Brother W, A, N, G's face involuntarily became the color of dirt. For a moment, he did not know what he should do. But at the moment, Lin Chao's gaze landed on Yi Yuan. "Junior Apprentice Brother, Yi, we meet again. This entire way, I'm really indebted to Junior Apprentice Brother Yezcare," Lin Chao said with a smile. Everything that was happening right now seriously far exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Even if Yi Yuan calculated everything, it was also impossible to predict such a drastic change. During this trip, the greatest adversary from start to finish was the Heavenly Sky Sect. Yi Yuan's focus would naturally be placed on Wu Zhao. Yi Yuan obviously would not think that an 8th-level crystal formation realm could stir up such a large storm, let alone think that this mystic realm trip would actually involve the dispute between two worlds. At this very moment, Yi Yuan finally understood what the contents of that jade slip fragment meant. Invasion did not point to a powerful opponent in the endless world, but the invasion of the fierce Gale world. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun was born in the divine realm and grew up in the divine realm. Most of what he knew about the lower realms were understood from records. There were countless lower planes. Some worlds did not intersect with other worlds, while there were worlds with a realm Pa-S sageway to other worlds. Once this Pa-S sageway opened up, the two worlds would frequently have a fierce battle. There were even realms that would have a large-scale war erupt every few hundred years if things continued this way. Living in such a world was unfortunate because they did not know when they would die. The origin of this sort of war was normally to plunder resources, but later on it would become a mortal feud. Very clearly, The fierce Gale world attempted to invade the endless world several thousand years ago, but the Pa-S Sageway was sealed by the endless world. And now, this seal was broken by Lin Chao. The Pa-S Sageway opening up again could mean that the endless world would be plunged into an abyss of suffering from now on. Yi Yuan's current expression was not too good either. Lin Chao suffered quite a loss at his hands. Looking at it now, seemed like he was enduring it patiently. His goal was in order to infiltrate the Eternal Splendor Palace. Right now, Lin Chao had already completed his mission and even displayed his true strength, using one's toes to think, and one would also know that he wanted to regain face. In truth, Yi Yuan knew that not a single person here could escape. It was just that Lin Chao was probably going to place heavy emphasis on him, right? If it was Lin Chao alone, then things could be settled. But that bushy-bearded burly man was simply not who Yi Yuan could presently match, even if he possessed 18 sword puppets currently. At this time, Yi Yuan was already spinning the gears in his head at full speed to think of a strategy to escape. He quietly entered Heart like still water state. Under Heart like still water state, his thoughts would become even calmer and more acute. Yi Yuan had no way of making himself maintain the Heart like still water state all the way. That would exhaust too much mental strength. But with the Pa-S Sing of Time, Yi Yuan's cultivation in Heart realm already advanced further. The time he spent in Heart like still water state now was already far longer compared to during the Dan Wu Academy's time. Senior apprentice brother Lin concealed so deeply. If senior apprentice brother Lin displayed your cultivation sooner, I also wouldn't dare to show off my inadequacy in front of you. However, talking up to here, Yi Yuan's gaze became sharp. Since you concealed your cultivation back then senior apprentice brother Pang's score. I've noted it down. Looking at it now, back then when Lin Chao lured the wolf pack over, it was clearly because he did not wish to expose his strength in front of his fellow sect members. No matter what objective Lin Chao wanted to achieve, since it was intentional and it harmed people close to him, then this was completely a different case. Lin Chao's scheming was deep. Presently, their side had the absolute overwhelming strength. Why would he take to heart Yi Yuan's threat? What a coincidence. I also came to find junior apprentice brother Yi to settle scores, Lin Chao said with a chuckle. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something and put away his cold expression, changing into a smile, and said, "Oh, right, I nearly forgot. Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin wants to take back the soul jade on me." But these words from Yi Yuan were said to Lan Bao. Soul Jade. Lan Bao had clearly also heard of the name Soul Jade before. Hearing Yi Yuan mention it currently, he could not help showing a curious look. But Lin Chao was secretly alarmed and wished that he could tear Yi Yuan into pieces immediately. This move from Yi Yuan was too ruthless. To see transformation realm martial artists, soul jades were essentially an irresistible temptation. Even if Lan Bao did not know the function of soul jades, Yi Yuan would likely say it out too. This was a blatantly open plot, an undisguised sowing of dissension. But Lin Chao was also somebody with an exceedingly sharp mind. The expression on his face did not change at all as he said to Lan Bao unperturbedly, "Prior to this, I was fortunate enough to acquire some soul jades. But along the way, the greater part of it was extorted by this brat. I was just planning on killing this brat to retrieve the soul jades to offer up to big brother Lan Bao." Although Lan Bao's strength was powerful in terms of mind games, he clearly could not compare with Lin Chao. He involuntarily nodded and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Leaving such a priceless treasure like soul jade on a spirit condensation realm brat's body, isn't that a waste of G? Oh, D's good gift? Quickly kill him and be done with it." This Lan Bao evidently had a violent and tyrannical personality. He could not even be bothered to waste any breath on these people. Lin Chao SN 1 GG E read coldly and looked at Yi Yuan. Third level C transformation realm aura was suddenly released as he attacked Yi Yuan. But what awaited him were sword puppets. 18 sword puppets appeared abruptly. Lin Chao instantly fell into the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Lin Chao was frightened by this scene at first and thought that Yi Yuan unleashed some mighty move. After he saw that these sword puppets only had late-stage crystal formation realm strength, he involuntarily sneered coldly and said, "Paltry tricks." But he discovered very soon that he was too naive. These dense sword shadows forced him until he simply did not have the strength to counterattack. Lan Bao's aura locked onto Wu Zhao, Mei Zhen, and Elder Zhu, these 3 people the whole time. As long as the 3 of them dared to move, he would give a thunderbolt-like attack. In Lan Bao's opinion, Lin Chao, a 3rd level C transformation realm, dealing with an 8th level spirit condensation realm, was definitely gave an instant kill as the conclusion. Who knew that Lin Chao was actually blocked by a bunch of late-stage crystal formation realm puppets? Did Brother Lin Chao stay too long in the endless world, and your combat strength fell until you can't even beat a group of crystal formation realm puppets? Lan Bao said with slight displeasure. Fierce Gale world martial artists all revered their own personal strength and completely did not understand profound things like array formations. Hence, he totally could not see through the actual situation with these sword puppets. Lin Chao was crying bitterness in his heart. There was simply no way of talking reason with this boorish fellow. Even a fool could tell that these puppets were extraordinary. Are you poking fun at me? Big Brother Lan Bao, these puppets are controlled by Yi Yuan using an abstruse array formation. It's very powerful. I can't handle it alone, Lin Chao said while dealing with the sword puppets. Although he really did not wish to admit it, he truly could not take down these sword puppets within a short period of time. Even if this was not Yi Yuan's true combat strength, Lin Chao still felt very disgraced to ask Lan Bao for help. He originally even thought about showing a good performance. Who knew that he lifted up a stone to smash his own feet? Chapter 334 Lan Bao impression of Lin Chao was originally pretty good. After all, to the fierce Gale world, he performed an outstanding service. Lan Bao impression of Lin Chao was originally pretty good. After all, to the fierce Gale world, he performed an outstanding service. But now, Lan Bao's disdain towards Lin Chao came from the bottom of his heart. The fierce Gale world's martial era was extremely prosperous. Martial artists all had extremely strong faith in their own combat strength. Lin Chao, a C transformation realm, actually asked him for help to deal with a spirit condensation realm. The way Lan Bao saw it, Lin Chao had stayed too long in the endless world and already lost the pride that a fierce Gale world martial artist should have. But Lan Bao also knew the severity of the matter and said to Lan Yun at the side, "Lan Yun, you go and test out what amazing aspects these lousy puppets have." Lan Yun nodded and said, "Yes, big brother." Mei Zhen saw these boorish men going to join the fight, and in a panic, he wanted to make a move. Lan Bao snorted coldly and said, "Whoever dares to move will be the first to die." The words were brief, but the deterrent was impactful. That powerful aura from Lan Bao crushed the 3 people until they were completely out of breath. Mei Zhen also knew that once this Lan Bao attacked, it would surely be earth-shattering. He would certainly not be a match. But Yi Yuan was fighting too alone now. Could it be that he had to fold his arms and look on, just like that? For a moment, Mei Zhen's inner heart incomparably anguished. Lending a hand, he most likely would not even have the chance to make a move. Not lifting a finger, This ridge in his heart could not be cleared no matter what. "Calm down, Elder May. I can still hang on." Just then, Yi Yuan's voice transmission arrived. Not knowing why, hearing Yi Yuan's words, Mei Zhen's anxious mood immediately calmed down. Lan Yun's aura was the weakest among the four people, only the likes of early-stage third level C transformation realm. He came in front of the formation and released his aura. The faces of the 8 sex people all changed. Is this really the aura released by a third level C transformation realm? Zhao Yuyang exclaimed in shock. Elder Zhu's face was solemn as he said, "I feel that I'm not his match. This person called Lan Yun is definitely someone who is a veteran in battle. His true combat strength is extremely strong." Seeing this scene, Mei Zhen's heart that had just calmed down surged great waves again. Lan Yun did not hesitate, charging into the formation directly. Lan Yun's aura billowed. A set of fist technique struck until it was impermeable. For a moment, clanking sounds could be heard without end. Lan Yun actually forcefully clashed with those myriad sword shadows with a pair of iron fists. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. This Lan Yun's strength was truly powerful to the extreme. Wu Zhao and Mei Zhen had all fallen into the Lesser 9 Revolution's interlocking formation before, and was deeply aware of the prowess of this set of array formations. Just those sword shadows that might come out of nowhere at any time was enough to drive people insane. But this Lan Yun could react right away no matter which direction the longsword came from in the array formation and perform an accurate response. This was completely the instinct of fighting. Lan Yun's actions totally did not need to be processed through his head, and his fist would arrive already. Such formidable fighting instinct made everyone draw a cold breath. Even Wu Zhao was also measuring himself with Lan Yun's strength. His realm was that tiny bit higher than Lan Yun, but if they really faced off, he might not be able to gain an advantage. And, Body noticed that among these endless world folks, there was someone looking at Lan Yun inside the array formation with sparkling eyes as if he was absorbed in thought. Lan Yun's fist art had an extremely strong personal style. Although he had not formed true intent yet, he was already not far from it. Ti Wuzhou's eyes were fixated dead at Lan Yun's fists. A hint of comprehension was gradually born in his heart. This Lan Yun is so strong. Yi Yuan. Can he hold on while fighting two alone? Tianyu could not help worrying. No idea. But at present, I'm also at my wit's end, Mei Xin said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan, you definitely have to hang on. You must stay strong. Tian Yu gritted his teeth and said, ever since his divine soul reached the perfection of alchemy master, although Yi Yuan's soul force did not increase much, his endurance soared tremendously. Presently, facing the 2/3 level C transformation realms within the array formation, while it was somewhat taxing on Yi Yuan, it was still far from his limits. Lan Yun's strength also amazed Yi Yuan quite a bit. But this fellow was clearly a moron who knew nothing about array formations. After he entered the array formation, he was of completely no help at all to Lin Chao. The two of them were fighting their own battles. If Lan Yun understood array formations slightly and joined hands with Lin Chao to break the formation, the pressure on Yi Yuan would immediately be much greater. Facing the Lesser 9 Revolution's interlocking formation, there was basically only breaking the formation using strength this sole path. Though there were two people inside the array formation now, they were fighting separately and were unable to focus their attacks. The threat to Yi Yuan naturally also reduced quite a bit. But at this time, Lan Bao finally perceived that something was not quite right. He was very clear about Lan Yun's combat strength. While his strength among the four brothers was the weakest, facing these few guys opposite should not pose an issue. But even so, after Lan Yun entered the puppet formation, he actually did not even stir up a single wave. In a twinkle of an eye, dozens of moves had Pa S said, but the puppets were still as stable as Mount Tai. That 8th level spirit condensation realm brat actually did not show the slightest hint of being defeated. Lan Bao's face fell. He said to Lan Hu and Lan Feng, "You two go as well. I don't believe that a puny little 8th level spirit condensation realm can overturn the heavens." Once Lan Bao's words came out, Mei Jun and the rest were greatly startled. "You people, you're too shameless. 4C transformation realms fighting a spirit condensation realm. Do you guys still have shame?" Mei Jun said in a great rage. Lan Bao grinned and said, "What? Are you very unresigned?" Mei Jun gritted his teeth and said, "So what if I'm unresigned?" Lan Bao turned to Lan Hu and Lan Feng and signaled with his eyes to make them attack faster. Mei Jun was very anxious and wanted to stop them. Suddenly, there was a blur in front of his eyes which involuntarily gave him a great shock. He hurriedly retreated, but that figure was even faster than him. Too slow. Lan Bao's words sounded beside Mei Jun's ears like a nightmare. Then, he did not know anything anymore. Lan Bao lightly tapped Mei Jun's body. Mei Jun's vision went dark, and he collapsed gently on the ground. "Elder Mei? Elder Mei?" When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples saw that Mei Jun was subdued by Lan Bao in one move, they could not help being terrified. Their faces turned pale as they all cried out in alarm. Lan Bao grinned and said, "Relax, he isn't dead yet. You all don't move. If you move again, my temper isn't going to be so good anymore." Mo, Yun Tian, and the rest felt indignant but did not dare to speak out. Lan Bao was seriously too powerful. When Mei Jun saw that scene earlier, he felt he was about to suffocate. It was true that he was stronger than Mei Jun, but it was not possible to be way more powerful. Since Lan Bao could defeat Mei Jun in a single move, dealing with him naturally would not take too much work either. Although the 5th level C transformation realm was much stronger than the 3rd level C transformation realm, it was not to such an extent that Mei Jun did not even have the chance to retaliate, right? Could all these fierce-scale world martial artists be this strong? At this moment, Wu Zhao and the rest revealed thick fear in their eyes and could not give rise to any hint of resisting in their hearts anymore. When Lan Bao saw such a situation, he was very pleased. The effect he wanted was achieved. And right then, Lan Hu and Lan Feng, these 2 3rd level C transformation realm experts, had also already joined in the fight. Chapter 335. "Miss, quickly make a move. If it continues like this, Mr. You won't be able to hold out much longer. Miss, quickly make a move. If it continues like this, Mr. Yi won't be able to hold out much longer." Yenner watched Yi Yuan battle 4C transformation realm powerhouses with his own strength and could not help becoming very anxious. But Lear shook her head and said, "Mr. Yi should have his own plans. We'd better not make a move rashly. Otherwise, he will be unhappy. But there's still a 5th level C transformation realm glaring with hostility. It's not possible for Yi Yuan to be lucky this time, right?" Yenner asked. "That might not be so. Let's watch first, then say. Just a measly little 5th level C transformation realm. He can't stir much of a wave. If he really can't, it won't be too late for us to make a move then," Li Er said. Lan Bao was obviously unaware that the mantis stalks the cicada, being unaware of the oriole behind. But his present expression was not too good either. After Lan Hu and Lan Feng, the 2 of them entered the battlefield. They still could not break the stalemate. An 8th level spirit condensation realm Brat actually fought to a draw, with 4/3 level C transformation realm by controlling a group of late-stage crystal formation realm puppets. What kind of joke was this? If the endless world were all as strong as this boy, then what the heck did the fierce Gale world still had to fight for? At this time, Lan Bao obviously would not really be dumb enough to think that Lin Chao's strength was lacking. This brat was bizarre. Having been through these few rounds of great battles, Yi Yuan's operation of the Lesser 9 Revolutions interlocking formation also became even more proficient. When Yi Yuan himself was inside the array formation, the sword puppets were just lifeless objects which would not modify the array formation according to the opponent's variation. But now that Yi Yuan was manipulating the array formation, it was completely different. Lin Chao still had slight knowledge in array formations, but the Lan Clan 3 brothers were completely ignorant. Hence, Yi Yuan mobilized the sword puppets to separate Lin Chao and the 3 of them completely and not let them have any chance to converge. As long as they could not come together, they would not be able to cause lethal damage to the sword puppets. The array formation would also naturally not be broken so easily. In a twinkle, another 100 over rounds said. But Yi Yuan still had yet to show the slightest hint of being overpowered. The people from the endless world who were watching had shock written all over their faces. The Tranquil Cloud sect really picked up a treasure to actually groom such a monstrous youth. If Yi Yuan doesn't die, the rise of the Tranquil Cloud sect will be in the near future. Yeah, if I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I simply dare not believe that this is real. He's only at the spirit condensation realm. After he reaches crystal formation realm or sea transformation realm, how horrifying would he become? What rises there? No eggs can remain unbroken if the nest is overturned. This fierce Gale world is going to attack soon. The sect masters are most likely still unaware of this matter. Furthermore, will Yi Yuan be lucky today? Sigh. It's too bad for this unparalleled genius. Another person said. That person involuntarily shot a glance at Lan Bao. The despair in his heart welled up once again. This man was extremely powerful until it made people unable to give rise to the thought of resisting. And at the moment, Lan Bao's eyes were staring at Yi Yuan like a cheetah. That unconcerned and leisurely feel was already gone. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance finally made Lan Bao take him seriously. A peerless genius like this, once he let him mature, there would be countless fierce Gale world martial artists who would die in his hands. Therefore, Lan Bao's figure moved, Vanis, plussing instantly from where he stood. When he appeared again in the next instant, he already arrived beside Yi Yuan. Everyone watched this scene in terror, especially the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. Their eyes unwittingly revealed despair. Yi Yuan! Careful! Yi Yuan! The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples cried out. But their cries were not as fast as Lan Bao's action. That deadly palm of his had already landed like lightning. Everything seemed to have become a foregone conclusion. No. Yennefer covered her eyes in pain and could not bear to look at this scene. But Lear's pretty eyes flickered by the side. She still did not have any intention of making a move. An ugly sneer flashed across the corner of Lan Bao's mouth. This sort of thing, like destroying geniuses, made people feel the greatest satisfaction, especially a monstrous, unrivaled genius like this. Clang! A dull colliding sound undulated out across the second level, vibrating everybody's eardrums until it hurt. Under everyone's disbelieving eyes, Yi Yuan's figure flew out like a cannonball, and in his arms, he was hugging a large square cauldron. Yi Yuan did not die, facing imminent danger. Yi Yuan actually released the square cauldron and defended against Lan Bao's certain kill palm move. At the same time, Yi Yuan even put away all of the sword puppets inside his storage ring. Very clearly, he had calculated that scene earlier long ago. Hence, he was ready long ago. Keeping the sword puppets and pulling out the square cauldrons were actions done in just a blink of an eye. Therefore, Yi Yuan escaped this calamity. Wu Zhao watched this scene dumbfoundedly and dare not believe that this was real. Even he could not quite follow Lan Bao's actions earlier. Yi Yuan actually carried out a perfect defense. Goodbye. Don't bother to see me out. In midair, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out leisurely. Yi Yuan's inverted flight speed was extremely quick, but he was evidently well prepared. Putting away the square cauldron in midair, just as he was about to collide into a wall, he lightly tapped with the tip of his feet and turned toward a pas sageway. His figure disappeared. Lan Bao did not chase after right away. He placed his palm behind his back. If there were people standing behind him right now, they would notice that his palm was currently trembling faintly. Very clearly, he himself also suffered a tremendously powerful recoil from that palm. Just now, Tier 5 profound artifact. Lan Bao clenched his teeth and enunciated each word. His face was currently livid with rage. It was apparent that he still could not quite accept the truth. A spirit condensation realm brat actually escaped from his hands. Big brother, what now? Lan Hu asked. Take care of these people first. The sageways here are all sealed off by us. He can't escape. Lan Bao said. Yes. Hearing Lan Bao's words, the people from the 8 sects all turned ashen. Lan Bao came in front of everybody and said in a solemn voice, I'm very angry right now. So, all of you have to die. Hold your horses. Lin Chao suddenly said. Lan Bao frowned and said, What? Big brother Lan Bao, weren't you planning to turn into them slaves and send them to the fierce Gale world previously? In my opinion, it's best not to kill them. Yi Yuan, that brat, is extremely cunning. These are all his fellow disciples. Just in case we can't find Yi Yuan, we can use them to force Yi Yuan to show himself. Lin Chao said. Lan Bao pondered for a moment and nodded his head as he said, What you said makes sense. Do as you say then. Although it was just a brief, single exchange, Lan Bao could deeply sense Yi Yuan's boldness and cautiousness. But when Mo Yuntian heard that, his face spontaneously became ashen. That bit of joy from Yi Yuan escaping instantly vanished into thin air. Want to take us as hostages? Dream on. Mo Yuntian cried out and was about to commit suicide. But Lan Bao said coldly, Want to die? Have you asked me? He just casually tapped, but was even faster than Mo Yuntian's own actions. Then Mo Yuntian collapsed softly like Mei Jun. Lin Chao seal off their dantians and escort them back to the fierce Gale world. Lan Bao said coldly. Following that, he came in front of Wu Zhao and the rest again, saying, It's your turn now. You people can choose to die, or become slaves. Chapter 336. Actually, the instant Lan Bao and company appeared, Yi Yuan was already racking his brains on how to escape. Actually, the instant Lan Bao and company appeared, Yi Yuan was already racking his brains on how to escape. After he saw Lan Bao's strength, he knew that wanting to bring everyone away was already something impossible. Yi Yuan was not a foolish person, being fully aware that he was outmatched. If he went on, it would be a certain death. That was not bravery, but stupidity. Staying behind to die together with Mei Jun and the rest was the most stupid choice. Furthermore, if even he was sent inside too, then it would really be hopeless. As long as Yi Yuan, did not die, there would always be a chance to rescue everybody. Hence, from that time, Yi Yuan already made preparations to escape alone. Yi Yuan had made the decision long ago. If Mei Zhan, Mo Yuntian, or the rest suffered anything untoward, he would definitely bury the entire fierce Gale world with them someday. This might perhaps be as hard as ascending to the heaven to others, but to Yi Yuan, it was not far off. Yi Yuan did not say any threatening words before leaving, because him threatening at this time was overly feeble, other than infuriating Lan Bao. It served no other use. Yi Yuan scuttled along. The entire second level's rooms and sageways appeared clearly inside his mind. There was only one exit in the second level. Then where was his path to survival? There was only one life road, which was the third level. From the beginning, Yi Yuan had never thought about leaving through the exit on the first level. After Lan Bao came up, Yi Yuan quietly entered Heart, like Stillwater Realm. He wanted to find the third level's entrance. Hence, Yi Yuan recalled the entire process of seeking treasure in the second level desperately. Finally, he discovered a clue. The second level had many big and small rooms. Naturally, there were also big and small aisles. When Yi Yuan mapped out all the roads he walked through in his mind clearly, he unwittingly came to a sudden realization. The setup of the second level was essentially an array formation. This array formation was not some entrapping formation or killing formation, but it was an array formation setup in order to conceal the third level's entrance. Starting from the entrance, if one did not know array formations, no matter where the person walked, he would never find the third level's entrance. Want to find the entrance leading to the third level? The only way was to crack this array formation in order to find the correct route. Thinking this through, Yi Yuan also could not help sighing emotionally at the ingenious mind of the person who designed this Eternal Splendor Palace. And this Eternal Splendor Palace was a legacy that Lu Linfeng left behind. Using this sort of method to conceal the third level's entrance also matched with the theme. It was just that there was no obstruction whatsoever entering the second level. Everybody entering the array formation was also equivalent to placing themselves inside the game. As the saying went, those closely involved could not see clearly. That was not said for fun. It was an exceedingly difficult matter for a person inside the game to want to see through the puzzle. Even for a Tier 9 array master like Yi Yuan, when he did not enter Heart like Stillwater Realm, he was also completely clueless. Or maybe the designer of this Eternal Splendor Palace was Lu Linfeng himself. Starting from then, Yi Yuan started to plan his escape. Yi Yuan did not run away immediately, because he simply could not escape. Lan Bao's movement techniques were definitely much quicker than him, provoking Lin Chao to confront him, then luring the other three to attack. But the final goal was to bait Lan Bao to come and attack him. This was Yi Yuan's method to force himself to his wit's end, leaving no room for escape so that he would fight out of desperation and win. It was also a solution that was not a solution. When Lan Bao attacked, Yi Yuan was still inside Heart like Stillwater Heart Realm and could barely keep up with his movements. Hence, he released the square cauldron to forcefully withstand Lan Bao's strike, and to borrow the recoil strength of this blow from him to escape swiftly. The square cauldron was a profound artifact. Even if Lan Bao's attack was stronger, it would also be hard to shake it in the slightest. Even the escape route was also planned out by Yi Yuan long ago. That strike from Lan Bao did not deviate, sending Yi Yuan exactly to his planned route leading to the entrance of the third level, and because of the backlash, it would definitely hinder Lan Bao's speed of pursuit. In addition, he was wary of Wu Zhao and the rest, and might not choose to chase after right away. All of this, and everything, was all within Yi Yuan's calculations. He succeeded. Yi Yuan's movements were extremely swift. He mustered up all the essence energy within his body and did not dare to rest at all. He was afraid of Lan Bao and chasing after. With his present strength, he was completely not Lan Bao's match. Soon, almost there, still a bit more left. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat. A mouthful of blood surged to his chest, but was forcefully suppressed by him. Lan Bao palm was no joke. That palm shocked his own hands until it went numb. One could imagine just how great the power was. Even if there was the square cauldron blocking in the middle neutralizing much of the force, that impact force still caused severe injuries to Yi Yuan. In truth, when he received that palm, Yi Yuan's internal organs already suffered serious wounds. His viscera felt terrible as they had S, H, I plus feted positions. But Yi Yuan had no time to be in pain. He had to escape at the first moment. Therefore, he forcefully persevered all the way until now. The current Yi Yuan was relying completely on his last trace of willpower to forcefully hang on. However, mustering essence energy, with full force aggravated Yi Yuan's injuries even further. His consciousness had already become increasingly blurry. Yi Yuan already cracked the array formation in his mind previously and figured out the route. But walking toward it at this time felt so distant away. He did not have the opportunity to retry once more, nor the time to fall unconscious. He must find the entrance to enter the third level. Finally, Yi Yuan saw a light pillar ahead. That was the third level's entrance. But the present Yi Yuan had already reached his limits. Is this as far as I go? Yi Yuan desperately wanted to move his feet, but they become increasingly heavier. The several dozen feet distance was a short distance away, yet poles apart. PHHSSD, Yi Yuan's injuries finally could not be suppressed anymore and erupted. Fresh blood wetted the clothing in front of his chest. The landscape before Yi Yuan became increasingly fuzzier. He reached out, desperately wanting to be able to reach the light pillar ahead. But he collapsed in the end. In a trance, Yi Yuan saw a strikingly beautiful woman appeared out of the void and reach out a pair of elegant arms to support him. A wave of fragrance hit his nose. Then he was out cold. Lear sighed lightly and said, "You have done enough already." Roughly an hour later, Wu Zhao and the rest had their dantians sealed, restricting their essence energy. And at this time, many more people appeared from the underground Pa-S Sageway again. These people were mostly crystal formation realm martial artists. Lan Bao Pa-S said the 8 sect captives to them and let Lan Yun lead the escort to send them into the fierce Gale world. Once Lan Yun left, Lan Bao said in a grave voice, "Lan Hu, Lan Feng, you guys bring people to guard the entrance area. If Yi Yuan shows up, kill him on the spot." Yes. Lan Hu and Lan Feng received the orders and blocked off the entrance completely. Lin Chao, you follow me together with others to ransack this second level completely. I want to see where that brat can hide. Lan Bao said. Since Yi Yuan fled, Lan Bao's heart had been raging the whole time. If not because the Pa-S Sageway matter was important, he would have long brought people to seek Yi Yuan out. Now, everything was settled. He was going to catch a turtle in a jar. Chapter 337 Lan Bao brought his subordinates and launched a large manhunt. But after half a day, Pa-S said, there was nothing. Lan Bao brought his subordinates and launched a large manhunt. But after half a day, Pa-S said, there was nothing. Bang! The irate Lan Bao slapped a palm on the wall. The wall was fine, but his hand vibrated until it tingled. The whole Eternal Splendor Palace had been reinforced with array formations before. It was incomparably STUR dysprosium. How could a sea transformation realm damage it with one palm? Lan Bao did not wish to lose face in front of his subordinates. He held back the pain and said furiously, "Where on earth did that brat hide to?" finished talking, he turned to look at Lin Chao. Lin Chao smiled bitterly. How would he know where Yi Yuan went? The second level was only so big. Places that should be searched had been searched. One could really say that they dug 3 feet underground, but did not even catch a shadow. They completely did not find another exit in the second level. Could it be that he could fly up to the skies? Lin Chao suddenly thought of something and said, could it be that he went up the third level? Lan Bao's face also changed as he asked, the third level? Where's the entrance? Lin Chao shook his head and said, I don't know. We've already searched all the places here. We even scoured the corners of every room. We totally did not find the entrance. With their knowledge, it was simply impossible to think that this second level itself was a large formation. Hence, they remained at a loss as to where the the third level's entrance was. Just like this, another half a day, Pa S. said. Lan Bao finally gave up. The Pa S. Sageway had just opened up. There were too many things to be done. Lan Bao also could not possibly place all of his energy here constantly, but he did not give up, leaving Lan Feng behind to guard the exit. Miss, why did you not bring Mr. Yi away, but send him into the third level instead? Yenner asked, being somewhat puzzled. This place is the Tao teachings that the Grand Yen Divine King left behind. Even I'm unable to pry into any secrets in the third level. Perhaps this might be a fortuitous encounter for Mr. Yi, Li said. So that's the case. But Mr. Yi really took every conceivable possibility into account and found a feeble thread of life in the middle of a hopeless situation. This second level is actually a large formation. We didn't discover it before this, but not only did Mr. Yi notice it, he even found the entrance to the third level. Truly remarkable, but sadly, he lacked just a tiny bit in the end. If he didn't encounter Miss, he probably... Lier smiled beautifully and said, maybe it's already foreordained by unseen forces for me to help him cross this tiny bit, this thing called fate. Who can say it clearly? One can only say that Mr. Yi was fated not to die. Yenner's eyes swirled around, and she asked with a slightly mischievous smile, Miss, then do you think it's fate that guided the two of you to come together? Lier was secretly surprised, but shook her head repeatedly and said, You lot keep spouting nonsense. Quickly follow those people. Otherwise, we'll lose them. As she spoke, Lier ignored Yenner and left first. Yenner giggled and also followed. Turned out that the two of the master and servant actually followed the escorting team into the fierce gale world. Not knowingly how long had Pa S. said, Yi Yuan's consciousness finally started to recover gradually. He struggled to open both eyes, but what he saw was a simple yet elegant study room. What place is this? I didn't die again, right? Yi Yuan moved his dry lips and muttered to himself, Young man, you aren't dead yet. Right then, an elderly voice was heard. Yi Yuan recovered some strength and struggled to sit up. He discovered an elderly person currently sitting at the desk leafing through books. Except his body was transparent. He was actually the same as Lu Yen, a soul body. Yi Yuan shook his head hard and tried his best to recall what happened previously. When he finally remembered what happened, he could not help exclaiming in surprise, Old man, could this be the Eternal Splendor Palace's third level? The old man ceased his actions of thumbing through books and said to Yi Yuan with a smile, That's right. This place is indeed the Eternal Splendor Palace's third level. Its name is Grand Yen P.A.C. Hearing Grand Yen P.A.C. these 3 words, Yi Yuan nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood again. Lu Linfeng, this fellow, he really... Seeing that Yi Yuan's expression was odd, the old man was also rather perplexed. This reaction was not quite right, yeah? A spirit condensation realm, Brat actually had no reaction at all seeing such a profound and mysterious place. Senior, forgive Junior for being unable to get up to salute. Yi Yuan said. It's fine. May I ask, Senior, did you save me? Yi Yuan asked rather uncertainly. Indeed, the old man shook his head and said, I believe you can tell as well. I'm just a soul body. I can't walk out of the Grand Yin S.P.A.C. Only by entering yourself can you see me. Yi Yuan could not help ruminating when he heard this. A lithe and graceful image surfaced in his mind. Was it possible that was not a hallucination? I clearly remember that before losing consciousness, there was still several dozen feet distance away from that light pillar. But why did I already enter the third level after waking up? But who was that girl? Why did she save me? Yi Yuan tried to recall with all his might, wanting to remember that face he saw before fainting. But no matter how he recalled, it was a very fuzzy face. But even if it was hazy, Yi Yuan could also tell from the outline that was absolutely a kingdom-toppling beautiful face. Yi Yuan unwittingly remembered what happened when Yufeng ambushed. Could it be that the one who made a move back then was this woman? But when he did know a major power like this, Yi Yuan thought for a long time and also could not figure out the reason why. No matter what, it was naturally a good thing that the woman saved him. Yi Yuan secretly remembered that blurry profile. The next time he met her, he definitely had to thank her properly. The old man saw that Yi Yuan was absorbed in his thoughts and did not interrupt him either. He just observed this young man quietly by the side. He noticed that Yi Yuan did not have the average young person's rashness and had prudence unsuited with his age. Although his realm was not high for his age, he was already a talented genius. After Yi Yuan recovered, he hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Senior. I was lost in thought just now. The old man smiled kindly and said, It doesn't matter. I've already been inside this Grand Yin S.P.A.C. for several thousand years already and have long polished my edges and corners. Why would I mind this sort of minor thing? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Thank you very much, Senior. Talking like this is overly rude. Junior will consume some medicinal pills first to recover a bit of strength before talking with Senior properly. Please excuse me, Senior. Finished talking, Yi Yuan fished out a medicinal pill from his storage ring to consume and began refining the medicinal strength. When that old man saw that medicinal pill, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Although the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan took was only Tier 3, its quality was exceedingly high. Furthermore, with his experience and knowledge, he actually could not tell the origin of the medicinal pill. One had to know that the Grand Yin True Sect was the endless world's strongest sect back then, not one of them. The Grand Yin True Sect had alchemy's sovereign existences. What endless world's Tier 3 medicinal pills had he not seen before? Yet, he had not seen before the medicinal pill that Yi Yuan consumed. Then, something that made him even more flabbergasted and tongue-tied happened. Chapter 338, Under the Old Man's Perception, Yi Yuan's aura was rapidly recovering. Under the old man's perception, Yi Yuan's aura was rapidly recovering. After an hour, Yi Yuan's injuries were basically already under control. Seeing Yi Yuan's complexion go from pale white to rosy, the old man's eyes were glued to him. He had lived for several thousand years and had yet to see such a heaven-defying medicinal pill before. Yi Yuan woke up to the old man's expression and could not help asking, Senior, what's wrong with you? What medicinal pill did you consume earlier to actually have such miraculous effects? Your injuries were very severe. Although you had already taken medicinal pills to treat internal injuries, it's hard to recover without a month of quiet rest. But You actually recovered in an hour." The old man exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's Azure Profound Heart Nories. H.I. Plussing pill. It has some effects in treating internal injuries. My master imparted me the pill formula. Azure Profound Heart Nories. H.I. Plussing pill." The old man searched his brain for a moment, but apparently did not find the relevant content. In order to prevent this old man from thinking too much, Yi Yuan changed the topic and said, "How should I address Senior?" Only then did the old man return to the present and hurriedly said, "This old man is Wei Xiao. You can call me Old Wei." Yi Yuan went forward to greet, saying, "Junior has seen Old Wei. Is Old Wei somebody from the Grand Yen True Sect?" Wei Xiao nodded happily and said, "That's right. You actually know the Grand Yen True Sect's name. Could it be that my Grand Yen True Sect's name is still circulating in the world?" Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Actually, I heard this name from the mouth of a Fierce Gale World's martial artist." Wei Zhao's smile instantly froze on his face. He said in bewilderment, "What are you talking about? The Pa-S, sageway between the Fierce Gale World and Endless World, has already been sealed off by my sect's 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. How can you possibly have met a Fierce Gale World's martial artist?" Yi Yuan recounted the events in the mystic realm for Wei Xiao to hear. Wei Xiao was silent for a long time after listening to it. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "My Grand Yen True Sect sealed off the realm Pa-S, sageway, by sacrificing the entire sect as the price, but to think that it eventually fell short of success one day." Finished talking, Wei Zhao's tears already covered his old face. Yi Yuan thought to himself that it was indeed like so, but he asked curiously, "May I ask just what in the world happened back then, Old Wei? Why did the Grand Yen True Sect sacrifice the entire sect to seal off the Pa-S, sageway?" Wei Xiao sighed faintly, his eyes revealing a reminiscing look as he said pensively, "Recalling back then, when my Grand Yen True Sect was Flurries. H.I. plus ing in its heyday, we awed the entire Endless World using the array formations path. Our limelight knew no equal, but the weather can change abruptly. Turned out that roughly 4,000 years ago, the Endless World and Fierce Gale World, these two worlds suddenly converged together and formed a spatial Pa-S, sageway. Ever since then, the Fierce Gale World launched a large-scale invasion from the spatial Pa-S, sageway, different from the Endless World's comfortable living conditions. The reason why the Fierce Gale World was named Fierce Gale was because over there, piercingly cold gales blew all year around. For seasons a year, harsh living conditions as well as scarce cultivation resources made each martial artist who matured very powerful. Some inklings about this point could also be somewhat seen from the Lan clan brothers. The Endless World had rich resources, and the living conditions were very mild. How could the Fierce Gale World let this chance pass by? Yi Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, "Fierce Gale World martial artists are indeed powerful. In the same realm, Endless World martial artists will most likely find it hard to contend with them." Yi Yuan's judgment was exceedingly high and had long seen through the differences between the Lan clan brothers and the Endless World martial artists. But Wei Xiao said scornfully, "It's true that Fierce Gale World martial artists are strong, but our Endless World's resources are abundant. The overall strength of our martial artists is not weaker than theirs. Furthermore, when our Grand Yen True Sect was at its prime back then, exterminating the other side's divine, traversing realm powerhouses was a cinch." Yi Yuan did not refute. Lu Linfeng, that fellow's character, was somewhat wretchedly miserly, but he truly had the capabilities. The Tao teachings that he left behind was bound to be unbelievably powerful. Furthermore, calculating the time, Lu Linfeng should not have ascended for a long time back then. At most several hundred to 1,000 years. Wei Xiao saying that they were at their prime was naturally within reason. Then that was odd. With the foundations that Lu Linfeng left behind, the Grand Yen True sect should not go so far as to sacrifice the entire sect to seal off the pot's sageway. Unless... Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Is it possible that the fierce-scale world is actually a high-order small world?" This time, it was Wei Xiao's turn to be perplexed. "Looks like you know quite a bit, to actually even know about high-order small worlds." That's right, my Grand Yen True sect only came to know later that the fierce-scale world's realm lord is actually a boundless realm powerhouse, known as Wind Emperor. If we allow the war to continue developing freely, the aftermath would be too ghastly to contemplate. Putting aside the divine realm, there were countless lower realm small worlds, and they were split according to the small world's degree of essence energy limitation, dividing into high order, middle order, and low order, these 3 levels. The limit that high order small worlds could withstand was Tier 6, boundless realm, while the limit for middle-order smalls worlds was at Tier 5, divine traversing realm. Theoretically speaking, when martial artist Serpa S. said this world's essence energy limitations, they could shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm. Only then did Yi Yuan saw the light. He mumbled, "So that's how it is." Wei Xiao said with mixed feelings, "My Grand Yen True sect reigned above the endless world sects and enjoyed innumerable resources. Naturally, we also have to take on responsibilities. Hence, the sect master made an extremely tough decision. All 6 of the sect's formation sovereign powerhouses cast the Tier 6 Grand Array, 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array, by sacrificing their divine souls as the price, and moved the entire sect to the sealing area using a great arcane magic to hold down the seal." Listening to Wei Xiao finish speaking, Yi Yuan also felt great respect. Sacrificing oneself to achieve a righteous cause. Speaking of such things was easy, but when it really came down to their turn, it would require immense resolution. Let alone back, then, the ones sacrificing themselves were not just the sect master alone, but all of the sovereign level powerhouses in the Grand Yen True sect. Lu Linfeng's character had always been held in contempt by Yi Yuan, but his disciples and followers left Yi Yuan no choice but to hold great esteem for them. Not everyone could shoulder such a responsibility. It was precisely because of the Grand Yen True sect's sacrifice that exchanged for these several millennia of peace for the endless world. Tier 6 Grand Array was a grand formation that Serpa S. said the limitations of the endless world. Divine traversing realm experts naturally had to pay a price if they wanted to cross this limit, and the price was their lives. Yi Yuan got up and bowed deeply towards Wei Xiao, saying, "Senior and the rest's actions fill people with deep veneration. Please accept this bow from Junior." As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan's soul was not an endless world's native, but he rebirthed in Yi Yuan's body currently, so he naturally counted as a person from the endless world too. Even so, Wei Xiao was not worthy of a bow from Yi Yuan anyway. This bow from Yi Yuan was done on behalf of Yi Hang and Ren Hongling. Without the Grand Yen True sect sacrifice, there would also naturally not be Yi Hang and Ren Hongling, and there also would not be the present Yi Yuan. Wei Xiao waved his hands and said with a sigh, "You don't need to bow to me. I just hate that my realm back then was insufficient and was unable to partake. 1p8 in the setting up of the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Otherwise, I also wouldn't have let Sect Master personally join, in no matter what. Sect Master was an incredible prodigy, who would surely have been able to follow Founding Father's footsteps and ascend to the divine realm. But he suffered such an undeserved catastrophe." Sigh. Listening up to here, Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly. He could also tell from Wei Zhao's words that the Grand Yin True Sect Master back then was definitely extremely powerful. After ascending to the divine realm, he could probably have been able to follow by the Grand Yin Divine King's side. Becoming a Divine King powerhouse would not be hard. Chapter 339. Old Wei has guarded here for thousands of years. Just this loneliness can match the people who died in battle back then. Yi Yuan consoled him. Old Wei has guarded here for thousands of years. Just this loneliness can match the people who died in battle back then. Yi Yuan consoled him. It was unlikely that Wei Xiao hold himself up inside this Grand Yin SPAC in order to avoid the chaotic war. He definitely had a role to fulfill. Wei Xiao sighed again and said, since the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array is already broken, the endless world will surely fall into a chaotic war again. But in this time and age, who can execute the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array once again? Forget it. Forget it. This is already matters after one's death. Leave it to you young people to worry about. His gaze turned to Yi Yuan and said again, you've already seen through the second level's array formation and found the Grand Yin SPAC's entrance. This means that you're a fated individual. My Grand Yin True Sect's inheritance needs to rely on you to carry forward. Hearing Wei Zhao's words, Yi Yuan's expression unwittingly became odd again. Back then, he wanted to obtain Lu Linfeng's Formations Path 9 scripts, but did not get it. Who knew that vicissitudes of the world would change? He actually became his successor now, becoming his disciple. If he met Lu Linfeng in the divine realm in the future, would he jeer at him or not? Once he thought of that smug smirk of Lu Linfeng's, the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth involuntarily twitched. When Wei Xiao saw Yi Yuan's expression, he thought that Yi Yuan did not wish to receive the Grand Yin True Sect's inheritance. He urged, what is it? Could it be that you're unwilling? Young man, do you know what my Grand Yin True Sect's inheritance signifies? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, Old Wei has already said before to Junior. How can Junior not know? Since that's the case, what misgivings do you still have? Wei Zhao's facial expression became somewhat unhappy. When the Grand Yin True Sect was at its zenith, it was one sect with 6 sovereigns. Such a lineup was rarely seen since time immemorial too. Such an amazing inheritance. Giving it to others, they would have already been moved long ago until they were wailing inordinately. This brat actually had a face full of unwillingness. Yi Yuan was filled with resentment in his heart. Even if you, old man, are a freaking genius, you also won't be able to guess what scruples I have. When he met Lu Linfeng, that old man in the divine realm, next time, did he have to go forward and give a deep bow and call him founding father? Just thinking about it felt absurd. If I dared to bow, would that old man dare to accept? Better not say that. He might really. No, he would definitely dare to accept it. Screw him. If I behave shamelessly and refuse to acknowledge when the time comes, what can that old punk do to me? Old Wei misunderstood. You don't know this, but this Junior is one of the Southern Domain's 8 great sects, Tranquil Cloud Sect disciple, someone with a master. I'm afraid. Yi Yuan casually found a reason. Old Wei did not become angry when he heard that. Instead, he nodded approvingly and said, You respect your teachers and esteem truth, which shows that you, boy, are worthy of my entrustment. Don't you worry. I don't want you to enter the Grand Yin True Sect, but you have to promise me to definitely find a successor to Pa S on my Grand Yin True Sect's Tao teachings. Yi Yuan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, That's of course. Junior thanks Old Wei first. Seeing Yi Yuan flowing with true sentiments, Wei Xiao lauded even more in his heart. It was hard to come by that this young man actually respected his master and teachings so much. He was surely an honorable person. How could Wei Xiao know that Yi Yuan did not even have a sectarian bias in his heart at all. He was fine with acknowledging anyone as master, just so long as he did not have to call Lu Linfeng, that old fellow, founding father. At the thought of that proud look from Lu Linfeng, Yi Yuan would feel abhorrence in his heart. Since Yi Yuan did not need to enter the Grand Yen true sect, then he naturally did not need to call him founding father. Yi Yuan obviously flowed with true sentiments, but Yi Yuan was not that kind of faithless person. Things that he promised Wei Xiao, he would naturally accomplish them. Wei Xiao waved his hands and said, "No need to thank me with words. For you to be able to pass through the layer upon layer of trials to arrive here means you're the person selected by my Grand Yen true sect. I waited for thousands of years here for your sake." And old Wei's meaning is that the various types of array formations in this mystic realm was in order to select a successor. Yi Yuan's mind was astute. When he recollected everything that happened along the way, he involuntarily produced a hint of understanding. Wei Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "That is so, of course." After the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was completed, the sect master set up this selection method before Pa-S Sing. One who is able to Pa-S through the layers of tests to enter here will be my Grand Yen true sect successor. Yi Yuan could not help being filled with a vicissitude of emotions again. That generation's Grand Yen true sect master was indeed a prodigious talent. The ingenuity of his mind, the might of his strength, were matched by few. The entire mystic realm was enclosed by the heavenly thunder essence locking Grand Array. Firstly, it could prevent high-level martial artists from entering and destroying the seal. Secondly, it could lower the age and realm of the selected individual. The confounding mist forest was similarly extremely profound. Without exceedingly high array formation attainments, one would simply be unable to walk out of it. At the back, there was the even more powerful absolute blaze barrier Grand Array, as well as seeking out the array formation for the 3rd level's entrance. Each layer was interlinked. Although this level of design was a little brutal, it could genuinely select the person that the Grand Yen true sect needed. It's just that I never thought that the one who arrived here, in the end, would be a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Wei Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "Oh, is old Wei looking down on me, this spirit condensation realm martial artist?" Yi Yuan also said with a smile, "Ha ha. You, boy, are quite persistent. I like that. But some things you got to accept it even if you don't want to. Your realm is too low. To be able to reach this place most likely has a large part to do with luck as well." Yi Yuan asked with a smile, "How so?" Wei Xiao ignored Yi Yuan's deriding look and continued, "Don't be unconvinced. I know that your attainments in the array formation's path likely isn't shallow, but my Grand Yen true sect's pinnacle inheritance is the array formation's 3 volumes. Before founding Father Grand Yen True, Lord ascended to the divine realm. He left this within the Grand Yen SPAC. It's not some secret cultivation law, but it requires you to comprehend it yourself. Sect Master's talent back then was immensely high, but even with 9th level divine traversing realm cultivation, he only comprehended 50% of it. At your young age, do you want to challenge Sect Master? Yi Yuan chuckled, but did not dispute it. Although he knew that the Sect Master was a prodigious talent, Yi Yuan himself was likewise a peerless genius. This point, he had never humbled himself unduly before. One was a lower plane's pinnacle genius, while the other was a divine realm's pinnacle genius. The two people were not even on the same plane to begin with. Even if Yi Yuan refuted, Wei Xiao naturally would not believe either. But the name of this array formation's 3 volumes drew Yi Yuan's attention. He knew that Lu Linfeng's greatest A.S. set was the formation's path 9 scripts. Presumably, it was derived from this array formation's 3 volumes. This array formation's 3 volumes should be Lu Linfeng's pinnacle work before ascending. It was just a pity that after he ascended, body else in the Grand Yen True sect could reach his level anymore. Of course, this was also a normal phenomenon. After all, the Grand Yen Divine King, Lu Linfeng, was an existence that could laugh proudly and wander the divine realm as he pleased. How many people could measure up to his talent? Seeing Yi Yuan's disapproving look, Wei Xing unwittingly shook his head inwardly. This Yi Yuan indeed had exceptional composure. But he was still young and spirited after all, and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But who was not young before? Even the sect master at that time. Didn't he also fear nothing and no one? Let this brat take a hit, then he will know and repent. Chapter 340. All right then. Since that's the case, follow me, Wei Xiao said, and exited the study room first. All right then. Since that's the case, follow me, Wei Xiao said, and exited the study room first. Walking out of the door, Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if he had arrived at an otherworldly paradise. A small bridge over a flowing stream, pavilions, terraces, and towers. There was even a peach blossom forest in full bloom right beside. The stunning scenery gave people a completely relaxed and plussing feeling. Yi Yuan could not help sighing in admiration. Lu Linfeng actually already had such strength before ascending. No wonder he could affirm his Tao as the Grand Yen Divine King. There was an open S.P.A.C. not far from outside the door. 3 stone book volumes were placed in that open S.P.A.C. This is the array formation's 3 volumes. Yi Yuan asked uncertainly. Wei Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. Insert your divine sense into one of the volumes and you'll naturally understand." Yi Yuan nodded his head and sent his divine sense into the left-hand side stone book as told. Suddenly, a suction force appeared. It actually sucked all of Yi Yuan's divine sense into the book volume. By the time he recovered, Yi Yuan had already plunged into limitless darkness. But Yi Yuan did not panic. With his experience and knowledge, he could obviously tell that this was a place that was the same as consciousness S.P.A.C. looked like Lu Linfeng's array formation's realm before he ascended had already Serpa S. said this plane by far too much. Without making Yi Yuan wait for too long, a smidgen of light started to appear within the darkness. That was a light mote. Right after, more and more light motes begun appearing. The dots of light made Yi Yuan feel as though he was within a vast expanse of starry sky. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, but he shook his head and said with a laugh, "I didn't think that a casual choice would hit the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. If one did not understand array formations, they would naturally be unable to comprehend the meaning of these light motes. But Yi Yuan was a Tier 9 formations emperor. Comprehending it posed no difficulty at all. The array formation looked unbelievably profound. But any great Tao would go from simple to complex, from easy to difficult. Even more complicated array formations could be broken down into single individual small units. This small unit was known as an array element in the array formation's path. And the meaning that these light motes represented was each array element of the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Formation's path was the same as martial artists comprehending concepts. They were all stuff that could only be sensed, but not explained in words. There was simply no way of using words to describe them. Hence, Lu Linfeng set up such an array formation's 3 volumes consciousness S.P.A.C. to let descent disciples enter inside to comprehend. But Yi Yuan already fully comprehended this lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation, so he naturally did not need to waste any more time. But the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation here was quite a bit more profound than the one Yi Yuan comprehended. Evidently, Lu Linfeng's comprehension of it before ascending went up another level. Yi Yuan spent an hour's time to fully comprehend the improved lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. His divine sense willed, and he withdrew out of this consciousness S.P.A.C. When Wei Xiao saw Yi Yuan exit, he inquired with a smile, "How do you feel, young man? Comprehending formations is extremely time-consuming. There's simply no way to accomplish it at one stroke. You'd better stay here to cultivate diligently and slowly comprehend it." Yi Yuan flashed a brilliant beam and said, "Feels very simple. Old Wei, I'll go comprehend the next array formation." Finished talking, Yi Yuan came directly in front of the second stone volume and sunk his divine sense into it once again, leaving Wei Xiao with a frozen look on his face. The corner of Wei Xiao's mouth twitched twice, and his expression became odd. Simple? This boy is putting up a front in order to look impressive, right? Originally, I still thought that this boy was rather reliable. Why does he look increasingly less trustworthy now? Would the things left behind by a heaven-defying character, like Founding Father, be simple? One had to know that Founding Father was only at the divine traversing realm when he ascended, but he had already created a Tier 6 array formation, like the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Wei Zhao's face unwittingly showed thick disappointment. Seemed like he still needed to use some means to make this boy study the array formation's 3 volumes in a down-to-earth manner. But he had already stayed in the Grand Yen S.P.A.C. for thousands of years. There was no rush to do it now. After entering the second array formation, Yi Yuan's pressure clearly became much greater. Of course, that was with respect to the first array formation. Comprehending the array formation in this consciousness S.P.A.C. was vastly different from the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation comprehended previously. At that time, the pressure that those sword puppets gave Yi Yuan was huge. Yi Yuan needed to place most of his energy on dealing with the sword puppets. But in here, not only were there no threats from sword puppets, Lu Linfeng even broke down the array formation into each individual, most basic array element. Yi Yuan comprehending it was naturally twice the result with half the effort. This second array formation was none other than the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. To be able to seal off the Pa-S sageway between 2 worlds, this 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array was obviously impossibly powerful, and also exceptionally profound and complex. Yi Yuan spent a full half-day's time to fully comprehend it as well. One had to know that Yi Yuan only spent 4 hours on comprehending the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. This to others was a result to be extremely proud of. But to Yi Yuan, it was not something worth flaunting much. After all, this was only the array formation that Lu Linfeng left behind before ascending. While it was already powerful to the extreme in the lower planes, to Yi Yuan, this Tier 9 formation's master, the difficulty was not that great. If Yi Yuan was made to comprehend the formation's Path 9 scripts, he reckoned that without 1 or 2 decades, it would be hard to have minor accomplishments in it. The Grand Yen Divine King's present strength was far more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than when he ascended. The degree of complexity of the formation's Path 9 scripts was simply incomparable to this array formation 3 volumes. Yi Yuan's divine sense withdrew again. He noticed that the eyes Wei Xiao looked at him with became somewhat different, an exasperated look like he failed to live up to expectations. What? The 6 extreme seals grand array is also very simple. The time spent this time is a little longer. Yi Yuan could noticeably tell that Wei Zhao's words carried thick displeasure. He laughed and said, and also not too difficult either. Let's talk again after I finish comprehending the third set of array formations first. Wei Zhao's eyes opened wide as he said, "You're not saying that you've already fully comprehended the first 2 array formations, right?" Yeah. With that, Yi Yuan's divine sense sunk one more time into the 3rd stone volume. Wei Zhao was so angered that he nearly cuffed Yi Yuan's ears. He said huffily, "This child can't be taught. If the array formation's 3 volumes are so easy to comprehend, then wouldn't my grand yen true sect be a joke?" It was just that Yi Yuan's divine sense had already sunk into the stone book and could not hear his words. The 3rd set of array formation, Yi Yuan spent an entire day. This was an illusionary array named Azura Confounding Formation. This Azura Confounding Formation was only a Tier 5 array formation, but the comprehending difficulty was even greater than the 6 extreme seals grand array. When he finished comprehending this set of array formation, Yi Yuan also felt like collapsing. Although this set of array formation was an illusionary array, the danger level was absolutely even greater than the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. It was just that with Yi Yuan's current strength, he was simply unable to set it up. But having finished comprehending these 3 sets of array formations, Yi Yuan also had a clear understanding of Lu Linfeng's array formation system. His formations path 9 scripts should have been progressively developed and evolved from these 3 sets of array formations. Wei Zhao saw Yi Yuan's dog-tired appearance. He did not have the slightest hint of pity. He said in an icy tone, "Young man, already know how daunting it is? Don't reach for what's beyond your grasp as a person. This array formations 3 volumes is enough for you to digest for the rest of your life." Chapter 341, Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "But these 3 array formations really aren't hard." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "But these 3 array formations really aren't hard." The disappointment on Wei Zhao's face grew even thicker. Still being stubborn, these 3 array formations are where the essence of Founding Father's formation path lies. You, a tiny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, actually dare to outrageously say that it's simple, truly unaware of how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Yi Yuan was helpless. He knew that no matter how he explained, this old fellow would not believe it either. Nonchalantly taking out a pile of low-grade essence crystals, Yi Yuan said to Wei Zhao with a smile, "Old Wei, look closely." Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually struck out those low-grade essence crystals around the vicinity of a peach tree. As the last piece of essence crystal got in position, those essence crystals suddenly lit up and actually flew on their own, surrounding that peach tree as they spun. Finally, the brilliant rays of light radiated by those essence crystals covered the peach tree. After a few moments, the L-U-S dissipated completely. That peach tree did not exist anymore. It was actually utterly obliterated already. Wei Zhao's face was filled with astoundment. His shock was obviously not because of the peach tree's annihilation, but due to the array formation that Yi Yuan laid out. This is the simplified version of the lesser 9 revolutions interlocking formation. Yi Yuan said. As he said, he took out another pile of low-grade essence crystals and casually struck them out. A huge commotion of light like before, but it thoroughly isolated the peach tree. This is the simplified 6 extreme seals grand array, Yi Yuan continued saying. Yi Yuan was still waiting to lay out the Azura confounding formation when he was halted by Wei Zhao. No need anymore. I believe you. But, how is this possible? Wei Xiao's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was like he had seen a ghost. Wei Xiao had stayed in this place for thousands of years and was all too familiar with these three sets of array formations. Although the simplified array formations did not have such incredible might, the principle was the same. Yi Yuan's technique, when laying out the formation, flowed smoothly and naturally. Clearly, he was already crystal clear with the array formations. Wei Xiao only gradually digested this outcome after a long while. Except the bewildered look on his face grew even thicker. Back then, the prodigious sect master took 500 years to comprehend 50% to 60% of the array formation's 3 volumes. You're only at the spirit condensation realm. How did you do it? Wei Xiao was even somewhat tongue-tied when speaking. Yi Yuan put on an innocent face and said, "I don't know either. I just looked at it like that and understood it." Yi Yuan was also not deliberately trying to anger Wei Xiao. He could not very well say that he was a Tier 9 array master in his previous life, and understanding Tier 5 or Tier 6 array formations was not all that difficult, right? But Wei Xiao was still riled. The expression on his face right now was fascinating to the extreme. If he was not a soul body currently, he would probably spew out 3 liters of blood, right? What did he mean by just looked at it like that and understood it? Something that others might not necessarily comprehend, even if they spent hundreds and thousands of years. You understood after looking for less than 2 days. Do you still want people to live? The one Wei Xiao admired most in this lifetime was Sect Master. But looking at it now, there was utterly no way of comparing Sect Master to this youth in front of him. This was too depressing. Nothing was more dismal than your idol being defeated. This sentence from Yi Yuan also blocked off all of Wei Xiao's questions. I'm just this much of a genius. No other reason. Things that were as hard as climbing up to the sky to others was as simple as turning over my hand to me. What did you want to ask? At this instant, Wei Xiao really felt like he was an old person smacked down by the new generation. All right then, since you've already comprehended the array formation's 3 volumes, follow me now. Yi Yuan followed Wei Xiao back to the study. Wei Xiao beckoned with one hand. A small and exquisite flag cut through the air into Yi Yuan's hand. Wei Xiao said, "This is my Grandian True Sex Sect Master's token. With it around, my Grandian True Sex legacy will never be extinguished. In the future, when you look for a successor, S these 3 sets of array formations and this flag to him, and it will be considered as fulfilling my long-cherished Wisconsin H." Plus, Yi Yuan played around with the flag and exclaimed with some surprise, "This flag is actually a profound artifact." Wei Xiao nodded and said, "That's right. This is an array formation profound artifact named Profound Water Flag. Using it can raise the speed of you setting up array formations by 50%. Tier 3 and below array formations can be instantly formed through the flag. The larger scale the array formation, the longer the setup time. It was already very heaven-defying for this flag to be able to raise the speed of setup by 50%. Yi Yuan said in delight, "Excellent stuff. Additionally, your realm is too low. This Grandian SPAC still has an array formation setup within it. Its name is Enlightening Formation. As for what realm you can break through to, that will have to depend on yourself," Wei Xiao explained. "And that's excellent. Thank you very much. Old Wei, let's hurry up and begin. My fellow disciples' life and death are currently unknown. I'm very worried about their safety and want to go back quickly." Yi Yuan gave thanks to him. Wei Xiao nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll activate the array formation now." Wei Xiao brought Yi Yuan to a hidden room and made Yi Yuan enter it. The array formation activated. and then colossal amounts of essence energy began to gather within the secret room. Enlightening formation was an array formation even higher rank than the spirit gathering formation. It could S enormous amounts of essence energy instantaneously and provide it for martial artists endlessly, just like swallowing cultivation medicinal pills nonstop. Soon enough, layers of fog appeared inside the hidden room. The thick essence energy had already condensed to form mist. Yi Yuan absorbed the essence energy greedily into his body and refined them. In truth, ever since divine soul perfection, previously, Yi Yuan could have taken advantage of the momentum to break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm. But he kept lacking the opportunity. Now that he was refining essence energy unceasingly, the spirit liquid within his body condensed with exceptional speed. Very soon, he broke through the bottleneck for the 9th level spirit condensation realm. Outside the formation, Wei Xiao was astonished once again. Why would this boy absorb so much essence energy to break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm? Furthermore, his breakthrough to the 9th level spirit condensation realm actually did not have any hints of a bottleneck. Looks like his cultivation realm comprehension had long said the standards of 8th level spirit condensation realm. This boy is truly remarkable. At this time, Wei Xiao no longer doubted Yi Yuan's degree of genius. And right then, the spirit liquid within Yi Yuan's dantian became increasingly more satiated and gradually reached a saturated state. Peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. The next step was condensing and forming crystal. Right at this moment, the cultivation method that Yi Yuan was revolving changed quietly. The Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Arts Human Chapter's 3rd level cultivation law revolved in full force. He actually wanted to break through to the crystal formation realm directly. What? Does he want to break through to the crystal formation realm right away? Too reckless. He went from the 8th level spirit condensation realm to peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. In between, he crossed an entire minor realm. He actually didn't even consolidate his realm and didn't cross it from half-step crystal formation realm, breaking through to the crystal formation realm directly. Seriously, too reckless. Wei Xiao was frightened by Yi Yuan's act. He made Yi Yuan enter this formation to let him break through to peak 9th level spirit condensation realm, not to let him break through to the crystal formation realm directly. Who knew that this boy kept doing some unimaginable things? Without even catching his breath, he broke through to the crystal formation realm directly. Yi Yuan did not have so many misgivings and completely did not plan on crossing from half-step crystal formation realm either. He planned on breaking through to the crystal formation realm right from the start. Chapter 342, Yi Yuan already laid his foundation extremely solid during the spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm now was something that happened without effort. Yi Yuan already laid his foundation extremely solid during the spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm now was something that happened without effort. Sometimes breaking through realms also needed to be done in a single vigorous effort. Being overly cautious would adversely affect the success rate of breaking through instead. When Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, he already mulat this momentum to the peak condition. Choosing to break through to the crystal formation realm right now was the best option. 9981 spirit liquid drops seethed inside Yi Yuan's dantian. Yi Yuan's aura rose continuously without pause. Under the guidance of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, these 81 spirit liquid drops actually started revolving in high speed inside Yi Yuan's dantian. At this time, Yi Yuan did not compress the spirit liquid within his dantian, but circulated these spirit liquid to let them swim inside his meridians. The revolving spirit liquid gradually formed a vortex. The more it revolved, the faster it went. The more it revolved, the lesser it became. That vortex shrunk at a speed discernible to the naked eye. All the spirit liquid transformed into essence energy inside Yi Yuan's body and begun circulating. Finally, that vortex shrunk to the limit, virtually disappearing. 99 returned to 1. Condense. Yi Yuan howled. An extremely soft splitting sound seemed to have come from inside the dantian. Looking over closely, Yi Yuan's dantian actually had an additional extremely tiny crystal, and that crystal was still revolving at high speeds. Right at this moment, the essence energy within Yi Yuan's body just happened to finish circulating one complete cycle, returning to the dantian once more. When the essence energy returned to the dantian, it was immediately drawn in by the crystal, circling one round around the crystal before flowing towards the meridians once again. And at this time, that tiny crystal expanded by a bit. This brought such a large commotion, breaking through to the crystal formation realm. Wei Xiao involuntarily furrowed his brows. The essence energy inside the array formation poured into Yi Yuan's body crazily, but Yi Yuan took it all in. The essence energy was like floodwaters that opened the gate, filling Wei Xiao, who was watching with apprehension. Yi Yuan's body was akin to a bottomless pit. No matter how the floodwater poured in, it could not be filled. 81 spirit liquid drops forming a crystal had probably never appeared before in the endless world's history. Therefore, Yi Yuan's upheaval, when breaking through, appeared TPP outrageous in Wei Xiao's eyes. The frenzied essence energy kept circulating a great circulatory cycle inside Yi Yuan's body without stopping. That small crystal was also expanding continuously. Finally, after orbiting 81 great circulatory cycles, Yi Yuan's aura withdrew abruptly, ceasing the frenzied absorption of essence energy. And presently, a pale yellow crystal suspended peacefully in the center of his dantian. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the crystal formation realm. Wei Xiao's gaze grew intent, but he heaved a long sigh and muttered to himself, "Ha! This brat really succeeded. Seriously, reckless." Yi Yuan also breathed a slow breath of turbid air, but did not ease up. To other martial artists, divine soul transformation was a very relaxed step. But to him, this was a deadly step. Before long, the essence energy, which had just calmed down, became agitated again. Yi Yuan's mind suddenly burst in pain. The torment of the divine, soul ripping apart, came once again. This sort of perverse transformation manner really made Yi Yuan feel like going crazy. He knew that this kind of transformation was because of those golden texts inside his sea of consciousness. He also knew that he would obtain even greater benefits from such a transformation. But the anguish experienced during this process was unimaginable by ordinary people. This time, Yi Yuan was mentally prepared long ago. Clenching his teeth tightly, his pair of fists also balled up tightly. Even so, a series of fled groans was still emitted from his throat. Right at this moment, that black bead, which had been lying quietly inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness the entire time, stirred. The black bead quivered slightly and actually shook off some black powder. When the black powder fell off, it instantly vanished. Immediately after, Yi Yuan felt a trace of cool refres. H.I. plus Ignis coming from within his sea of consciousness. His head, which initially felt like it was exploding, actually did not ache anymore. However, Yi Yuan could clearly sense that his divine soul was still being ripped apart. The present Yi Yuan was like a spectator observing his own divine soul being torn bit by bit coldly. Finally, those golden characters moved out. These golden characters were like exquisite tailors, sewing up Yi Yuan's shredded divine soul again. But there were no fissures at all. Ho! Yi Yuan spat out a long breath of turbid air. The divine soul transformation finally ended. What in the world is that black bead to actually have such miraculous effects? As a divine realm's pinnacle existence, once Yi Yuan actually had not heard of such a miraculous black bead before. It was clear that its origins were absolutely extraordinary. It was just that from the surface, he simply could not tell this black bead's value. It also did not have any unusual aspects. If it were not sucked inside his sea of consciousness by the golden characters, he would probably have treated it the same as garbage and threw it aside, right? Sensing the power belonging to crystal formation realm martial artists, Yi Yuan felt like he was BRIMMING with strength. The crystal within Yi Yuan's dantian was formed by the condensation of 9981 drops of spirit liquid. The quality was much higher than the average first-level crystal formation realm. Disregarding all else, just talking about essence energy, Yi Yuan's current first-level crystal formation realm was not in any way weaker than the average third-level crystal formation realm. When Wei Xiao saw Yi Yuan walk straight out of the hidden room, he could not help being stunned. Why did you come out so soon? You just broke through to the crystal formation realm. Aren't you going to consolidate your realm? Wei Xiao asked puzzledly. Most people would have to enter closed seclusion for a period of time after newly breaking through realms to consolidate their realm. Who would exit seclusion directly like Yi Yuan? No need. Old Wei, thank you for your care these 2 days, but I'm still worried about my fellow apprentices, so I'll bid my farewell here. No matter what, I have to confirm their life and death. Yi Yuan said. Wei Xiao said, I can understand your feelings. But even if you broke through to the crystal formation realm, leaving also can't change anything, right? In my opinion, you should stay here to raise your cultivation well and leave after reaching the Soul Sea realm. Only this way will you have the strength for self-preservation in the war between two worlds. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the 6 extreme seals is unbelievably powerful. It can only be damaged further from Endless World's side. But even if the seal was destroyed right now, the Fierce Gale world would not be able to launch a Ma's Civ attack for some time too. Even if my fellow apprentices are no longer around, I also have to hurry back to the sect. I don't wish for my friends to meet with any mishap. Wei Xiao sighed and said, since your mind is made up, I won't hold you anymore. But since the passageway between the two worlds is already linked together, you have to take care of yourself after leaving. Finished talking, Wei Xiao brought Yi Yuan to a transmission array. Yi Yuan bowed deeply in Wei Xiao's direction and said his goodbyes. Take care, old Wei. Finished talking, Yi Yuan stepped into the transmission array. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred, and when he reappeared, he returned to the second level of the Eternal Splendor Palace again. Currently, the Eternal Splendor Palace was devoid of people, looking rather bleak. Yi Yuan did not hesitate and walked directly towards the direction of the exit. Yi Yuan was just about to go down one level when alarm bells suddenly sounded. A silhouette leaped out from the side. Who could it be but Lan Feng who was guarding here? You finally came out. I've waited for you for very long. This is 9 by 9, so just 9. Chapter 343. Having not seen you for a few days, you actually broke through to the crystal formation realm already. Having not seen you for a few days, you actually broke through to the crystal formation realm already. Sensing the aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body, Lan Feng felt rather surprised. But it was merely just a little surprised. The strength of a first-level crystal formation realm was inadequate to make him take it to heart. What made Lan Feng truly wary was still those puppets. But he also figured out his plan too. As long as he did not enter the array formation, Yi Yuan would not be able to do anything to him. But when Yi Yuan saw Lan Feng, he grinned instead and said, "Your gall really isn't small. To actually dare block me here alone. Doesn't matter. I've already asked my comrades for help. I just have to persevere until they arrive here. Although those puppets of yours are impressive, you're still not qualified to defeat me quickly." Lan Feng said derisively. Fierce Gale world martial artists advocated personal martial force most of all and disliked assistance from external items. They were very disdainful of Yi Yuan's methods. Lan Feng hoped to see a panicky expression on Yi Yuan's face, but he was disappointed. Not only was there not a trace of panic to be seen on his face, but Yi Yuan was also so composed that it made him a little teared. Freaking absurd. Lan Feng cursed inwardly. That's also to say that as long as I finish you off before your comrades arrive, then it's all good. Yi Yuan said with a grin. Harumph. Wild arrogance. Lan Feng was furious when he heard that. Enough C-R-A-P. Come on. Yi Yuan extended a hand. Sanghua sword appeared in his hand, but Lan Feng did not make a move. He was afraid that Yi Yuan would suddenly release the sword puppets. Once he fell into the array formation, it would not be easy for him to want to free himself. This Lan Feng looked like he had a straightforward personality at first glance, but it did not mean that he was dumb. The anxious one right now was Yi Yuan, not him. He just had to waste time. And this was also all taught to him by Big Brother Lan Bao. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "You're not coming? Then I'm coming." Yi Yuan wielded his sword and pointed at Lan Feng. Exquisite flower petals started appearing in the air. Seeing this scene, Lan Feng's complexion changed drastically. This fellow was actually able to maneuver heaven and earth essence energy. He thought that what Yi Yuan was relying on were the sword puppets. He never thought that he still had such a fierce move. But the problem was that Yi Yuan was still only at the crystal formation realm. How did he do it? But there was already no more time for him to think. If he pondered any more, he was going to die. After breaking through to the crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan's perception and affinity toward heaven and earth essence energy went up by a huge step. Executing 1,000 flowing petals again was no longer as demanding as it was before at the spirit condensation realm. The speed of execution naturally also sped up considerably. The Lan clan brothers were all the same type, exceptional speed and formidable fist strength, only to see Lan Feng tap his feet, and his figure moved explosively, shooting towards Yi Yuan. A CLUS. Tur of flower petals blocked in front of Lan Feng like it floated along with the wind. Lan Feng clenched his jaws. "Break for me." A fist smashed out. Essence energy surged, and an exploding noise actually sounded. The fist without any ostentatiousness was a fist with a cruce. Plussing force that overwhelmed all. Lan Feng belonged to those type who were extremely powerful in close combat. He did not mobilize large amounts of heaven and earth essence energy to face his opponents like Yi Yuan, but would condense heaven and earth essence energy onto his own fist to wield it as he pleased. This kind of Brandis. Plussing method could muster heaven and earth essence energy the fastest and augment the might of his fist art to the maximum degree. In midair, Lan Feng's fist collided with that CLUS Tur of flower petals. There was no intense impact sound. That CLUS, till a flower petals slowly melted, finally vanished. I plusing. But Lan Feng's fist force was already totally crumbled by Yi Yuan. Lan Feng was so greatly frightened that he turned pale. How is that possible? You're only at the crystal formation realm. How can you be so proficient in the usage of heaven and earth essence energy? The reason why Lan Feng was astonished was because that clump of flower petals was not Yi Yuan's full strength, but it was only a small tuft of the flower petals that Yi Yuan condensed, and this small CLUS to of flower petals was just enough to neutralize the fist force that Lan Feng invoked. Just how accurately did he grasp it? It was as if Yi Yuan saw through it with one glance how much heaven and earth essence energy this fist of Lan Feng had as said, something that even he, this sea transformation realm, could not do, but a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist could accomplish. How could Lan Feng not be astounded? For close combat type martial artists like Lan Feng, the most important thing was momentum, and presently he was completely unable to gather his own momentum. Yi Yuan would not, given the opportunity to ACCU, mutilate any momentum. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to Lan Feng's astonishment. All of his energy were placed on manipulating the 1,000 flowing petals. Although he had already broken through to the crystal formation realm, maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy was something that only martial artists at the sea transformation realm and above could accomplish. Accurately speaking, only soul sea realm martial artists could control heaven and earth essence energy as they wished. Sea transformation realms merely understood some superficial knowledge. Hence, manipulating 1,000 flowing petals was still something tremendously difficult for Yi Yuan. It was just that compared to while being at the spirit condensation realm, it was way easier now. Presently, a circumference of 100 feet was already flooded with countless flower petals. Yi Yuan naturally would not give Lan Feng any chance at all. He moved another small CLUS tur of flower petals which churned towards Lan Feng. Lan Feng's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Humph! So what if you can mobilize heaven and earth essence energy? How can I lose to a puny little crystal formation realm martial artist? Torrential pear blossom fist. Break for me." All of a sudden, Lan Feng's aura skyrocketed. A colossal aura swept away those flower petals. This was the true strength of a sea transformation realm powerhouse. Only to see Lan Feng's fist shadows cascade forth, negating Yi Yuan's attack one after another. It was seemingly as if no matter how many flower petal attacks Yi Yuan mustered, they were unable to breach Lan Feng's defense. Yes, after Lan Feng's aura skyrocketed, he did not attack but defended passively, because his surroundings were already jam-packed with flower petals. Even if he unleashed the full strength of sea transformation realm, he would have no way of getting through these flower petals either. As a close combat martial artist, he already lost the only chance to approach Yi Yuan. With his speed, if he struck first to gain the initiative, Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals would not have succeeded in launching so smoothly. But sadly, Lan Feng was cautious in taking action and did not attack first. By the time he felt that something was not right, there was already no chance left. Now he could only take a beating passively. Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals was not some ordinary martial technique, but it was a supreme, true, intense sword move. When Yi Yuan was at the second-level spirit condensation realm, he could already use this move to injure the sea transformation realm Yao Qian. One could imagine just how powerful the attack of this sword move was. Now that Yi Yuan already advanced an entire major realm, the might when displayed again could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Even the formidable Lan Feng could only avoid contact when facing the 1,000 flowing petals. Those withering flower petals looked like they were harmless to humans and animals, but in truth, killing intent was concealed. What Lan Feng could rely on presently was his thick essence energy. As long as he could persist until Yi Yuan's essence energy ran out, he would have the chance to kill Yi Yuan. Lan Feng's torrential pear blossom fist danced flawlessly. However, there was not a wall without a crack in this world, and also no absolute defense. No matter how fast his fists were, it was also not possible to defend everywhere. One had to know that the 1,000 flowing petals was not a straightforward attack, but flower petals that could flutter, all-pervasive. Chapter 344, regardless of how compact Lan Feng's fist art was, how could it possibly block the limitless flying flowers? Regardless of how compact Lan Feng's fist art was, how could it possibly block the limitless flying flowers? While Lan Feng did not detect it, a bunch of petals already flew into his defensive circle by following a path along his lower body. 1,000 flowing petals explode. Yi Yuan gave a low cry, only to hear puffing sounds occurring everywhere. Countless tiny explosion sounds took place inside Lan Feng's defensive radius. Each flower petal's explosion was certainly not very strong, but the explosions from thousands and tens of thousands of flower petals, that was not something fun. Lan Feng's body was blasted away until it quivered nonstop like he was dancing drunkenly. The protective essence energy of a sea transformation realm was exceedingly powerful, especially for a close combat martial artist like Lan Feng. But no matter how powerful it was, it could not contend with this petal rain that filled the entire sky. Yi Yuan manipulated more and more flower petals to fly toward Lan Feng. By the end of it, he was already submerged by the petals. Countless flower petals exploded. Lan Feng's body trembled even more violently. Finally, that powerful protective essence energy was breached by these innumerable miniature explosions. Lan Feng's main body started to receive the explosions. Pure work. Lan Feng violently vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and kneeled feebly onto the ground. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan moved. Yi Yuan did not wait for Lan Feng to hit to the ground. With a flash, he arrived before him. De-stunning spike. Yi Yuan's divine soul force erupted abruptly, attacking Lan Feng's sea of consciousness. Lan Feng evidently did not imagine that Yi Yuan would suddenly perform a sneak attack using divine soul mystic arts to attack him. While completely caught off guard and still at a loss as to what was happening, Lan Feng only felt his mind go blank, and the whites of his eyes could be seen. Then he was out cold, but Yi Yuan's means had not ended yet. He formed seals with both hands swiftly. His soul force was released once more, plunging into Lan Feng's sea of consciousness. Slave seal, form. Currently, Lan Feng's divine soul was viciously attacked by Yi Yuan's de-stunning spike and already sustained substantial injuries. It was also in a completely unprepared state. Making use of this time lag, Yi Yuan forcefully planted a slave seal in Lan Feng's divine soul. Different from Yuan Fei's soul contract, after having the slave seal planted, Lan Feng would lose his own consciousness. All actions must be taken from Yi Yuan. Moreover, due to Yi Yuan forcefully planting the slave seal, it would also cause irreversible damage to Lan Feng's divine soul. Lan Feng's cultivation in this life would also halt here. Seeing the slave seal form successfully, Yi Yuan also felt like collapsing. The series of attacks earlier were all completed in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Regardless whether to his essence, energy, or divine soul, it was all an enormous burden. A crystal formation realm martial artist planted a slave seal on a sea transformation realm martial artist. This was something that others did not even dare to imagine. But Yi Yuan did it. Sea transformation realm was not a major realm. Although the divine soul strength of sea transformation realm martial artist was enhanced to a certain degree compared to crystal formation realm martial artist, it was not that kind of major realm leap, especially for a pure martial artist like Lan Feng. In terms of divine soul realm grinding, it barely reached the standards of middle to late stage alchemy grandmaster. After Yi Yuan broke through to the crystal formation realm, his divine soul realm had already leaped directly to the perfection of early stage alchemy grandmaster, roughly around Lan Feng's divine soul realm. It was precisely so that Yi Yuan dared to perform such a risky move, planting a slave seal in Lan Feng. Although Yi Yuan succeeded, the entire process was something incredibly perilous. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was not as high as Lan Feng's when all was said and done. If Lan Feng had any bit of precaution, not only would he fail to succeed, it would cause his divine soul to suffer a backlash instead. Therefore, before Yi Yuan made his move, he already took into consideration each and every step. Not that Yi Yuan liked the thrill, but because Yi Yuan wanted to understand Mei Zhen and the rest's whereabouts through Lan Feng. Yi Yuan knew that no matter how he asked, Lan Feng would not tell him as well. Even if he told him, Yi Yuan would not dare believe it either. So the best way was to control Lan Feng. Furthermore, Yi Yuan still had even longer-term considerations. If Mei Zhen and the rest died, everything was obviously too late. But if they did not die, he still had areas to use Lan Feng in. Yi Yuan did not waste too much time. Lan Feng already informed experts to come through secret methods previously. The more he delayed, the more dangerous it got. Open up your divine soul. I want to search your memories. Yi Yuan instructed. Lan Feng's eyes recovered some light, but he disregarded the injuries on his body and struggled to his feet to give a bow towards Yi Yuan. Yes, master. Yi Yuan's divine sense entered Lan Feng's sea of consciousness and read his memories. Seeing that Mei Zhen and the rest were fine, he could not help heaving a long sigh in relief. Speaking of which, he had to thank Lin Chao. If not for him interjecting, Mei Zhen and the rest would probably already be dead now. Yi Yuan fished out an azure profound heart noise. Plussing pill and threw it to Lin Chao. Quickly eat it, but there isn't time for you to refine the medicinal strength already. We leave now. Many thanks for master bestowing the pill. Lan Feng said deferentially. Eternal Splendor Palace's underground, the location of the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array, also the place where the Pa-S sageway between the Endless World and Fierce Gale World lied. Lan Feng, who was covered in injuries, walked in, detaining Yi Yuan, whose essence energy was sealed. The Fierce Gale World already deployed a large number of troops underground, but they were all crystal formation realm martial artists. It was just 2 to 3 days since the Pa-S sageway was opened up. Large numbers of experts were still currently en route Russ. Plussing over. Lord Lan Feng. When the guard saw Lan Feng, he bowed and said respectfully. Lan Feng nodded and said, "The person that Big Brother Lan Bao made me capture is already caught. This prisoner is highly important. I have to escort him personally back to the tribe." "Yes, this way please, Lord Lan Feng." The guard did not dare to obstruct and directly let him through. Lan Feng's status was the highest in this place. They naturally did not dare to say anything else. Furthermore, the matter of Lan Feng staying behind to capture someone was known by all these guards. Lan Bao and the rest already returned to the Fierce Gale World to arrange for the matters concerning the invasion of the Endless World. After all, compared to Yi Yuan alone, the War of Two Worlds was the major event. But Lan Bao should have already received Lan Feng's summons at this time, and was currently hastening over. Yi Yuan glared at Lan Feng fiercely, but refused to enter the Pa-S sageway. What are you looking at? Move quickly. Lan Feng shoved. Just kill me if you have the capabilities. Yi Yuan said, wrathfully. Hee, you still have great juice. How can I let you die so easily? Moreover, in order to catch you, I suffered heavy injuries. We have to settle this score properly later. Lan Feng said with a cold sneer. The pair carried out a conversation, putting up enough of a show. Finally, being shoved by Lan Feng, Yi Yuan entered the Pa-S sageway. Lan Feng also followed in after. No way, right? That young man was only at the first level crystal formation realm. He actually beat Lord Lan Feng to that extent. This combat strength is also too terrifying. Yeah? After the two people left, a guard exclaimed in surprise. What do you know? I heard previously that the endless world martial artist that failed to be captured was only at the 8th level spirit condensation realm. It's definitely this punk. Just a few days of not seeing him, he actually broke through directly to the crystal formation realm. If not because this punk is abnormal, why would Lord Lan Feng have to capture him alive? The other person said, really too scary. Our fierce Gale world martial artists have always been renowned for the might of our combat strength, but compared to this young man, the disparity isn't an ordinary kind of big. The guard then sighed with admiration. Chapter 345, once he entered the fierce Gale world. Yi Yuan felt the storm winds howl towards him like blades, slicing until his face hurt. Once he entered the fierce Gale world, Yi Yuan felt the storm winds howl towards him like blades, slicing until his face hurt. Lan Feng noticed Yi Yuan's discomfort and inquired, is Master not used to this gale? Yi Yuan waved his hand and released his aura slightly. Those storm winds actually swept past his side, automatically like he was filtered out. The might of this gale was roughly the same as the 9 heavens road. With Yi Yuan's understanding of the concept of wind, these storm winds naturally could not hurt him. Lan Feng's expression flickered. To think that Master's attainments in the concept of wind are so high. Our fierce gale world's natives come into contact with this gale ever since birth, but scarcely anyone can reach Master's boundary. This hurricane is not strong. I can still handle it. If my conjectures are right, the fierce gale world's tempest should exceed this, right? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said. Lan Feng nodded and said, that's right. The fierce gale world storms are the weakest in the central capital. The intensity of the gales radiates outwards with the central capital as the center. Places that are closer to the central capital have weaker storms, while places further from the central capital have more powerful hurricanes. Yi Yuan nodded and said, so that's the case. Then how strong is the place with the strongest gales? Lan Feng said, the fierce gale world is divided into 9 regions according to the strength of the storms. Level 1 is the weakest, and level 9 the strongest. The gales in the level 9 region is exceptionally terrifying. Even Lord Wind Emperor also don't dare to set foot in that region. When he mentioned this level 9 region, Lan Feng's face carried thick apprehension. Evidently, it was an extremely terrifying place. Yi Yuan could not help asking interestedly, with your strength, what is the deepest region you can reach? Lan Feng said, this old slave's strength is meager. I can only move about at most in the level 5 region. Any deeper in, and I'll be powerless. Oh, with your sea transformation realm strength, you can actually only reach the level 5 region. Looks like the fierce gale world storms are indeed very powerful. Then what level is this region we're currently at now? The vast majority of the people all live in the level 3 region. any further out, and ordinary people will not be able to penetrate within. Only martial artists with formidable strength can do it. Hence, the struggle for land inside the level 3 region is very intense. Tribes will frequently slaughter each other because of land. The place we're at right now is the location between the borders of the level 3 and level 4 regions. Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. Just the members of your tribe that I've seen were 4C transformation realm experts. Already, you're actually only able to stay in such a remote area. Replying, Master, our Lan family is not an ordinary tribe, but a branch of the Tempest Guards under the Wind Emperor's command. 4,000 years ago, the old Wind Emperor brought the Tempest Guards and planned on personally storming the endless world. But the Grand Yen True Sect sealed the Pa-S, sageway between the two worlds using the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. Hence, the old Wind Emperor left us Lan family clan behind here to guard the land of the seal. Yi Yuan came to a realization. No wonder you guys arrived so quickly. It was actually this reason. All right, this matter brooks no delay. Let's hurry to your tribe. If we waited until Lan Bao discovers a problem, it would make it a lot more troublesome for nothing. Yes, Master. Around an hour later, Lan Bao brought Lan Hu back to the Pa-S sageway area. The two of them strolled leisurely around the second level, but did not see a shadow. An ominous premonition involuntarily welled up in their hearts. Did you all see Lan Feng? Lan Bao came back and asked the guards. That guard thought that Lan Bao came back for some other matter. He only knew that it was for Lan Feng when he heard it at this time. He hurriedly said, replying, Your Excellency, Lord Lan Feng already returned to the Fierce Gale world around an hour ago. Lan Bao was secretly alarmed and asked, why did he go back? That guard was also baffled. Logically speaking, Lord Lan Feng and Lord Lan Bao should have met. Could it be they took different paths? The guard also felt that something was not quite right. Hence, he recounted the event of Lan Feng Pa-S, sing through the entrance from the very beginning to the end, exactly as it was. Lan Bao's face involuntarily changed drastically when he heard that. Sending that guard flying far away with a slap, he roared, You moron! When that brat was at the spirit condensation realm, the four of us couldn't even take him down combined. Now that he broke through to the crystal formation realm, how can Lan Feng possibly capture him alive alone? Lan Bao did not deal a lethal blow. That guard spat out blood as he begged for mercy. Have mercy, Your Excellency! Have mercy, Your Excellency! Humph! I'll find you to settle the scores later. Lan Hu, let's chase after. Finished talking, Lan Bao led the charge into the Fierce Gale world. Lan Hu followed after. The group of guards was as silent as cicadas in cold weather. And, body dared to make a sound. They all could not figure things out. Lord Lan Feng clearly detained that endless world boy. What problem would there be? A Fierce Gale world. On the way to the Lan family tribe, Lan Bao said in a low voice, How do you see it, Lan Hu? Do you think that there's a possibility of Lan Feng turning traitor? Lan Hu shook his head and said, Lan Feng grew up together with me. I understand his character the best. His loyalty towards the tribe. Maybe even we can't compare. Furthermore, he has no reason whatsoever to defect. But why did he help that brat enter the Fierce Gale world? Is it possible that he really defeated that boy? The more Lan Bao thought, the more perplexed he got. His understanding of Yi Yuan merely stopped at the sword puppets. As for his combat strength, he was utterly ignorant. But even if that boy broke through to the crystal formation realm, even if Yi Yuan used the sword puppets, it was also impossible to take Lan Feng down in such a short amount of time, right? What happened in between all this? Lan Bao and Lan who did not even think in the area of slave seal, because in their viewpoint, this was something that could not possibly occur. Saying anything is pointless. We'll know what happened after we return to the tribe. Lan Hu said. Lan Bao nodded and said unwillingly, we'll have to leave it at that. The Lan family tribe was located at the borders between the Level 3 Gale region and the Level 4 Gale region. The environment was rather harsh. Yellow sand pervaded this area. The gale winds were piercingly cold. People who had slightly weaker strength would be slashed by the storm winds immediately. Not far away from the tribe, two silhouettes appeared. They were precisely Yi Yuan and Lan Feng. With what you said earlier, I reckon that Lan Bao and the rest still have at most another hour before they are back. You only have an hour's time to bring them out. Bring this spatial artifact with you. Once you have the opportunity, fit them inside, according to the mantra that I recited. I'll receive you outside. Yi Yuan instructed Lan Feng. Yes, master. Lan Feng said. Lan Feng already became Yi Yuan's slave. All of his actions were done according to Yi Yuan's will. Pa S, sing the spatial artifact to him, naturally had nothing to be concerned of. Lan Feng's current ident. 1. Tai was not being suspected yet. He just had to come up with a reason to return to the tribe, and then bring Mei Zhen and the rest out, and that would do. Making use of this time difference, Yi Yuan could deal a back thrust and charge back to the realm Pa S, Sageway again. Although a large group of Crystal Formation realm martial artists was stationed over there, with his strength plus Lan Feng, and throw in his fellow apprentices, breaking through would be a cinch. This was Yi Yuan's plan. And now he had to see if Lan Feng could successfully bring out the Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples. Roughly the lesser part of an hour later, Lan Feng's figure appeared in Yi Yuan's sight. Chapter 346. You didn't find them? You didn't find them? Seeing Lan Feng's expression, Yi Yuan immediately felt a foreboding feeling. This, master had better ask him. As he spoke, a figure appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Who could it be but Pang Wanyin? It was just that his body was currently covered in wounds. His face was already swollen. Clearly, these few days had not been very pleasant. The second Pang Wanyin saw Yi Yuan, he felt a multiple. 1, 2 to feelings surge up and tears gushed out. But there was no longer much time for them to catch up. Yi Yuan said, Senior Apprentice Brother Pang, keep things short. Lan Bao might have already returned to the Lan family tribe. We don't have much time. Where did Elder Mei and the rest of the apprentices go? Pang Wanyin was shocked and hurriedly said, Elder Mei and the rest were escorted to the central capital. The Lan family tribe members said that they were to be sold over there as slaves. Because I'm missing an arm, they felt that it's unsightly. That's why they left me in the tribe. Oh yeah, it's the Lan family tribe's patriarch who personally escorted them there. Yi Yuan's brows knitted. This surprise thoroughly disrupted his plan. Why were the Lan family tribe's actions so quick? They shouldn't know that I'm coming to save them, right? Yi Yuan said bewilderedly. Nothing to do with master. It's Lord Patriarch's decision. The realm Pa S, Sageway is already linked together. He must report to Lord Wind Emperor at the first moment. Hence, he brought a portion of the tribe's experts and master's fellow apprentices, and set off that very night to hasten to the central capital, Lan Feng explained. Patriarch. Yes, the Patriarch is the strongest expert in the Lan family tribe, the one and only Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Our Lan family's mission is to guard the Pa S, Sageway between two worlds. Therefore, he dared not dawdle and had to report to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, as soon as possible about this matter. Yi Yuan felt a wave of helplessness. Truly, plans could not catch up changes. He thought that he could catch the Lan family tribe completely unawares and rescue his fellow apprentices away. Who knew that something like this would actually happen? This way, his plan to catch them off guard completely fell through. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Can't stay here too long then. Since Elder Mei and the rest of the disciples have already been brought to the central capital, we still need to talk about this at length." Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a bugle call sounded from Lan family tribe a little way off. "Not good. Lan Bao's movements are too fast. Looks like he already discovered that something's wrong with Lan Feng and is chasing over right now. Let's leave quickly." Yi Yuan said. Lan Bao's strength was a great deal stronger than Lan Feng's. Even though Yi Yuan had broken through now, he still was not Lan Bao's match. Direct confrontation right now was not the move of a wise man. Not far away, sand clouds billowed. The Lan family tribe was actually marching straight for Yi Yuan. And Ji Panyin was also very anxious when he saw the situation and said, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, what should we do now?" "Flee in the direction of the central capital." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No, we'll flee towards the level 4 Gale region. Lan Feng, you and senior apprentice brother Pan enter the spatial artifact first." As he said, Yi Yuan transferred the pair into the spatial artifact. Tiptoeing, spirit void shattering SPAC was executed, and he transformed into a streak of blue smoke that dashed towards the outer Gale regions. 15 minutes later, Lan Bao brought Lan Hu along with the rest and appeared at the place where Yi Yuan was at previously. Lan Bao spat viciously and said gloomily, "Truly didn't think that Lan Feng really turned traitor. Why?" Lan Hu remained silent, but another person beside Lan Bao said, "Lan Bao, there's something I don't know if I should say." That person was called Lan Yu. He was also a 5th level C transformation realm expert like Lan Bao. The patriarch brought along the experts in the tribe and left the Lan family tribe. He and Lan Bao became the ones with the greatest strength in the tribe. And, Lan Yu, what's there not to say between us brothers? Lan Yu nodded and said, "When I saw Lan Feng earlier, I felt that something was amiss. But it was not obvious, so I didn't pay much attention either. Looking at it now, he seems to have really..." Lan Bao's face darkened slightly. "Really what?" "He seems to be controlled by somebody." Thinking about it now, his eyes back then were rather slack, without that energy before. Because he said that he was previously injured by that endless world brat I didn't pay much attention to, Lan Yu said, "Are you saying that he had a slave seal planted by someone?" Lan Bao was shocked and enraged. Lan Yu nodded his head and said, "Only that can explain why he would do such an abnormal action." "Impossible. That brat just broke through to the crystal formation realm. How can he possibly plant a slave seal on Lan Feng?" Lan Bao bellowed at Lan Yu, but the more he roared, the guilt-ridden he felt. Lan Bao, Lan Hu, Lan Feng, and Lan Yun were cousins who grew up together since young. Their relations, HI plus P, was very good. Now, hearing that Lan Feng actually had a slave seal planted by someone, how could he not be furious? Lan Yu did not speak. He knew that Lan Bao actually already believed it in his heart. Honestly speaking, he also did not think in this area when he saw Lan Feng. Although he heard Lan Bao say before that Yi Yuan was terribly cunning, in Lan Yu's impression, Yi Yuan was merely just a spirit condensation realm martial artist after all. How could he possibly plant a slave seal on a martial artist 2 major realms higher than him? That was too preposterous. But right now, this was the only explanation that worked. Bang! Lan Bao half kneeled on the ground and smashed a fist onto the ground. Yellow sand billowed up. "Yi Yuan, if I catch you, I'll definitely peel off your skin and pull out your tendons." Lan Bao gnashed his teeth hatefully and said. Lan Yu patted Lan Bao's shoulder and said with a sigh, "All right, now's not the time to be saying this. Lan Feng's aura vanished after he reached here. In my opinion, they are very likely to be carrying a spatial artifact on them. I asked the guards. When Lan Feng came out, he was alone. That one-armed slave is definitely hiding inside a spatial artifact. Evidently, this Lan Yu was able and shrewd. He was certainly in existence like an intelligent military advisor in the Lan family tribe. Otherwise, the patriarch could not possibly have put his heart at ease by leaving the tribe to him too. In comparison, while Lan Bao's combat strength was high, he was clearly slightly inferior in the wits aspect. Being spoken to like that by Lan Yu, Lan Bao was shocked awake abruptly. He hurriedly said, "Right, the matter on hand right now is to capture that brat. I will definitely hack him into tiny pieces. He should already know that that group of apprentices of his was already brought to the central capital. I'll bring men to chase after in that direction right away." As he spoke, Lan Bao was about to bring men and head in the direction of the central capital. "Hold your horses," Lan Feng said. "And what?" Lan Bao asked questioningly. Lan Yu said, "Although I've never met that Yi Yuan, but from what you said, this boy is bound to be crafty and resourceful. What we can think of, he can surely think of it too. If we head in the direction of the central capital, it might just be exactly what he wants." "You mean, he's headed for the level 4 Gale region?" Lan Bao said puzzledly. Lan Yu nodded his head and said, "I'm 80% sure. At this time, smart men won't go towards the direction of the central capital. That's no different from seeking their own doom. How about this? I'll go back and bring a fierce wind vulture over. But only you alone can pursue him." Chapter 347. In the sky-filled yellow sand, a person and a vulture tore through the air as they traveled. Their speed was exceedingly fast. In the sky-filled yellow sand, a person and a vulture tore through the air as they traveled. Their speed was exceedingly fast. Fierce wind vultures were indigenous demonic beasts born in the fierce gale world. Not only could they fly in the gale winds, but they were also tracking experts. Fierce wind vultures were very rare. There were only 2 fierce wind vultures in the Lan family tribe as well. This was one of them. It circled twice around the place that Yi Yuan stopped at previously, then it flew straight for the level 4 Gale region. It was in perfect harmony with Lan Feng's guess without prior consultation. Lan Bao sat on the back of the fierce wind vulture, his 2 eyes looking around everywhere like a hawk, wanting to find Yi Yuan's figure. He already chased Yi Yuan for 3 days and night, but did not find any trails at all. But he knew that with the fierce wind vulture here, Yi Yuan could not escape. In these 3 days and nights, the fierce wind vulture was brought around in circles several times. It nearly found him quite a few times, but missed it by a narrow chance. Clearly, Yi Yuan already realized that somebody was tracking him, but it was precisely so that Lan Bao's killing intent grew even stronger, because Yi Yuan's fleeing was highly targeted. They were all ways to easily lead the fierce wind vulture astray. Yi Yuan could not have possibly known these methods in advance. He could only have learned them from Lan Feng. This fellow really treated Lan Feng as a slave to order about. "Punk, just you wait. As long as I find you, I'll make you unable to wish for neither to live nor to die. I want to see just how long your essence energy can last. Or perhaps you can try fleeing into the level 5 region." Lan Bao said with a cold sneer. Right at this moment, Lan Bao's face changed. Innumerable flower petals floated up into the skies from G-O-D Nu when and encircled Lan Bao layer by layer. These flower petals actually did not scatter in the slightest within the level 4 gale wind and swept towards Lan Bao. Seeing this scene, Lan Bao was not startled but became pleased instead. Haha, finally can't resist making a move. Looks like you've already reached your limits. If you continue running, you most likely won't even have the strength to attack, right? However, Lan Bao's gaze grew intently as he said in a grave voice, "A newly broken through crystal formation realm boy is actually able to mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. It truly makes me rather surprised. Lan Feng should have fallen to this, right?" One had to say that Lan Bao's combat talent was very strong. Just from this move, 1,000 flowing petals, he could determine the reason that Lan Feng lost. Trying to use this move to deal with me? Hee, you're still a little too inexperienced. Finished talking, Lan Bao's aura suddenly erupted. The powerful aura field actually swept away the flower petals that filled the skies. In a twinkle of an eye, Lan Bao already completed the mustering of heaven and amp, earth essence energy, only to see him tiptoed lightly, and his entire body soared high into the air, flying off the fierce wind vulture. Flood Dragon goes to sea. Lan Bao roared fiercely. SMAs. Plussing a fist out. A series of wind-tearing sounds sounded, striking the sky-filled flower petals until they were pulverized. One punch from Lan Bao actually blasted apart the 1,000 flowing petals that Yi Yuan condensed. The might of one fist was overwhelmingly powerful. Still going to be a coward. Yi Yuan, do you think that you can escape my five-finger mountain? Lan Bao gave a loud cry and exerted pressure on Yi Yuan. Rumble! Another punch smashed out. The acres of flower petals were sent scattering. Ha! To be able to maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the crystal formation realm, I admit that you're a one-of-a-kind genius that I've ever seen, but you must die today. Lan Bao roared loudly again as he punched out a first. Rumble! Another punch. Lan Feng is my brother that grew up together with me since young. You actually dare to plant a slave seal on him. I'll make you wish you were dead. Each time he punched out, Lan Bao would say a sentence. It was to incite Yi Yuan out, and also in order to vent out the killing intent in his heart. But right then, Lan Bao's expression changed drastically. The limitless flower petals actually abandoned him and engulfed towards that fierce wind vulture. Turned out that Yi Yuan's goal was not Lan Bao at all, but the fierce wind vulture. Lad, you dare? Lan Bao was anxious and furious as he howled. Lan Bao's 3 punches earlier were extremely powerful. The fierce wind vulture was simply unable to withstand his attacks. That was why he flew off the fierce wind vulture. But he did not expect to fall for Yi Yuan's ploy to lure the tiger away. Now, no matter how swift his movements were, he would not be able to catch up either. The limitless flower petals already wrapped around the fierce wind vulture. Even if his fist was stronger, how could it possibly blast away all the flower petals? But why would Yi Yuan bother with Lan Bao's feelings? His goal was that fierce wind vulture from the very beginning. The fierce wind vulture was only a tier 3 demonic beast. How could it be a match for the 1,000 flowing petals? 1,000 flowing petals decapitate. Yi Yuan shot out abruptly from the yellow sand and howled fiercely. The boundless flower petals were like myriad tiny blades, slicing towards that fierce wind vulture. Screech! The fierce wind vulture cried out lightly and flapped its wings desperately, trying to chase away these flower petals. But sadly, these were not ordinary flower petals, but ones formed from heaven and earth essence energy. Each petal was extremely mesmerizing, but also dangerous. In the fierce gales, only to hear slicing sounds coming over. when the flower petals scattered, only feathers that filled the sky, and the fierce wind vulture covered in bloodstains were left. The gale winds blew, and the bird feathers floated away with the wind, looking very spectacular. Immediately after, a splat was heard. The fierce wind vulture's corpse hit the ground. When Lan Bao saw this scene, his face had long become as black as the bottom of a pan. Each fierce wind vulture was unbelievably precious. Yi Yuan actually killed it off just like killing a chicken. Lan Bao stood in the air, looking like an enraged demon. Oh, do you think that you can escape by killing the fierce wind vulture? Lan Bao emphasized each word as he said to Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "Feel free to chase after and see." Finished talking, Yi Yuan kept his long sword and turned around to flee. Spirit Void shattering S.P.A.'s third layer was displayed in full force, Vanis. H.I. plussing instantly without a trace. When Lan Bao saw Yi Yuan's speed, he was secretly startled. He immediately did not dare to be careless and pursue him at top speed. This punk, is it possible that he relied on a pair of legs and circled around with me for 3 days and night? Lan Bao thought of this possibility and was inwardly shocked. Although the fierce wind vulture was a tier 3 demonic beast, its flying speed in the gale winds was not slower than C transformation realm martial artists. It was even faster than first level and second level C transformation realm martial artists. But such a speed actually could not catch up to Yi Yuan's pair of legs. Just how fast was this punk's speed? Lan Bao's speed was naturally needless to say. The third level C transformation, Realm Mei Zhen, and Wu Zhao could not follow his speed. It could be seen how fast he was. Lan Bao saw that Yi Yuan's speed was Astoni's, H.I. plussing, and also did not dare to hold back at this time. He pursued Yi Yuan with his own maximum speed. The fierce wind vulture was already dead. If Lan Bao lost Yi Yuan, he probably could not find him again. While Yi Yuan's present speed was extremely astounding, the two people's distance was still shrinking continuously. Gradually, Lan Bao could already see Yi Yuan's back view. A hint of smirk involuntarily flashed past the corner of his mouth. "Run then. Keep running. I'll see where you can run to," Lan Bao said with a hideous sneer. However, his smile instantly froze on his face. Not knowing how, he saw Yi Yuan pull apart the distance from him once more with a swoosh. H. Plus. Chapter 348. Although Lan Bao was a close combat martial artist, his fist wind could attack from a distance. Although Lan Bao was a close combat martial artist, his fist wind could attack from a distance. As long as Yi Yuan entered his attack range, Lan Bao did not even need to catch up to him to be able to strike him down. But just as Yi Yuan barely entered his attack range, he actually increased his speed. This made Lan Bao so dejected that he could choke on it. This boy, just how many cards has he not played? How is it possible for a first-level crystal formation realm to have such swift speed? Lan Bao felt that it was beyond understanding, but this was a fact. He also had no choice even if he did not understand. Toward a character who was formerly an alchemy emperor, Lan Bao not comprehending the situation was not unexpected. Entering the mystic realm this time, Yi Yuan made ample preparations. Before setting off, he spent a full 500,000 points and used all of it to exchange for tier 3 medicinal herbs to refine medicinal pills. The 3 days and nights of pursuing previously, Yi Yuan was igniting his essence energy the entire time to execute Spirit Void, shattering S.P.A.C. The most adequate preparation that he made this trip was essence energy recovering medicinal pills. Just like that, he swallowed medicinal pills and ran until now, relying on fierce wind vulture knowledge gleaned from Lan Feng. He forcefully spun around in circles with Lan Bao for 3 days and nights. But this was already the limit. The fierce wind vulture speed was too fast. Even if Yi Yuan's movement speed was heaven-defying, being able to sustain until now was already very extraordinary. Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape, so he laid in ambush and plotted to finish off the fierce wind vulture. But after eliminating the fierce wind vulture, Yi Yuan would have to directly confront Lan Bao. With his present strength, he was simply not Lan Bao's match. That fight earlier also clearly showed many problems. The 1,000 flowing petals that could overpower and finish off Lan Feng by surprise was ineffective against Lan Bao. So he only had one way: run. Comparing movement techniques, Yi Yuan was even slightly inferior to the fierce wind vulture, let alone Lan Bao. Regardless of whether it was essence, energy, or comprehension towards the concept of wind, Yi Yuan could not match Lan Bao. But Yi Yuan had medicinal pills. Tier 3 medicinal pill. Haste pill. This haste pill was very heaven-defying among Tier 3 medicinal pills. It could double a martial artist's speed by stimulating the meridians and acupoints in the martial artist's body. Only Yi Yuan could refine out such a perverse medicinal effect too. Swapping an alchemy grandmaster in, he could probably only refine high-grade haste pills at the very most, which only had a 50% speed increase. Of course, a 50% speed increase was already very heaven-defying in the general sense. Except that the haste pills that Yi Yuan refined were all superior-grade medicinal pills. Essence energy ignition under the transmission concept, plus spirit void shattering S.P.A.C. movement technique, plus superior-grade haste pills, made Yi Yuan's speed directly multiply several times over compared to normal. He opened up the distance between Lan Bao all at once. Lan Bao currently had an impulse to vomit blood. He watched as Yi Yuan was about to enter his attack range, but was shaken off by him right away, and Lan Bao's movement technique was already raised to the fastest. Looking on, the distance between him and Yi Yuan was actually widening ever more. A 5th level C transformation realm going all out actually could not catch up to a 1st level crystal formation realm. No matter how one looked at this scene, it was somewhat comical. This brat definitely casts some kind of mystic art. He absolutely can't sustain it for long. I don't believe that you can keep on maintaining this speed. Lan Bao pondered to himself. However, the result disappointed Lan Bao greatly. Yi Yuan's pair of legs ran like they never knew fatigue. Half a day passed. Said, not only did Lan Bao fail to catch up to Yi Yuan, he opened up a huge distance instead. Lan Bao could not help becoming very anxious. If he lost his perception of Yi Yuan, under this situation without the fierce wind vulture, he simply could not track Yi Yuan. What kind of evil art did this brat use? He's actually able to maintain this kind of speed for such a long time. No way. I'll lose him if it continues like this. Go all out. I must kill this boy. Lan Bao made his resolution. Biting his own tongue, he swallowed a drop of vital blood essence into his abdomen. This brat to actually cause me to burn my vital blood essence. When I catch you, I'll definitely make you regret ever being born into this world. Lan Bao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, martial artist's vital blood essence was extremely precious. Once it was lost, it would be exceedingly difficult to replenish. And once vital blood essence loss exceeded a certain amount, the martial artist even faced the risk of cultivation realm falling. With the vital blood essence reaching his abdomen, Lan Bao's speed immediately soared. Under a wild chase, he actually reduced the distance between him and Yi Yuan little by little. Moreover, Lan Bao discovered to his delight that Yi Yuan's speed was gradually becoming slower. With these changes, catching up to Yi Yuan seemed to be something inevitable. Brat, this time you finally can't endure anymore, right? Ha ha. Die. Lan Bao secretly said strength and prepared to give Yi Yuan a fatal blow. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan's speed skyrocketed once again and actually recovered to the speed at the very start. The blood essence that Lan Bao immolated was in the midst of being slowly expended. His speed was also naturally becoming increasingly slower. The two people's speed, one in front, the other at the back, was practically about the same. But this time, Lan Bao finally saw clearly. Yi Yuan swallowed 2 medicinal pills consecutively just now. This unwittingly made him have an impulse of cursing his mother. What the H-E-L medicinal pill did this brat eat? To actually have such a perverse effect. Just like that, Yi Yuan and Lan Bao, one behind the other, ran speedily within the desolate and uninhabited level 4 Gale region. At times, Yi Yuan's speed was a little faster, throwing Lan Bao behind. Sometimes, Lan Bao's speed was slightly faster, nearly catching up to Yi Yuan. One time, Lan Bao nearly entered the attack range, alarming Yi Yuan until he broke into a cold sweat as well. Ever since that time, Yi Yuan no longer dared to wait until the medicinal effect subsided to consume the haste pill. As long as his speed fell slightly, he would swallow one right away. The pair, racing each other, sprinted frenziedly like this for another 3 days and 3 nights. The specifics of how far they ran, the two of them already utterly could not recall exactly. But they could feel the gale winds getting stronger and stronger. They were about to enter the level 5 Gale region soon. The level 5 Gale region was a forbidden area to crystal formation realm martial artists. Even a sea transformation realm expert like Lan Bao did not dare to go too deep in as well. Once it exceeded the limits of his ability, Lan Bao only had the outcome of being dismembered by the wind blades to Yi Yuan. Ahead is the level 5 Gale region. I'll see where you can still run to. You should also know that the level 5 Gale region is a forbidden area for crystal formation realms. I advise you to allow yourself to be seized obediently without resisting. I'll make it painless for you. Lan Bao yelled out. My *SS. Do you think I'm stupid? I'd rather be blown to death by the storms than stop. Just give up on this. If you have the capabilities, then chase after. I'll see how much blood essence you can burn. Yi Yuan's voice came over from a long distance away. In truth, by this time, Yi Yuan and Lan Bao were already approaching their limits. Even if Yi Yuan's medicinal pill was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible to keep eating endlessly. Moreover, the haste pills in his hands were already pretty much depleted. This kind of day and night running, Yi Yuan ate no less than 20 haste pills. The burden on his body was already at its limits. Lan Bao's situation was not any better. He already burned almost 10% of his blood essence. This was already his limit. If he burnt any more, he would be at risk of his realm falling. Furthermore, running frenziedly like this, he already reached his limit to Chapter 349. Presently, their speed were greatly reduced significantly compared to before. Presently, their speed were greatly reduced significantly compared to before. The burden on their bodies was already at the limits. Now, they were battling whose willpower was more tenacious. Whoever eased up, the other party would win. In comparison, Yi Yuan's difficulty was a little greater. Because adding in the 3 days and night from before, he already ran nonstop for 6 days and night. Consuming 20 haste pills in succession not only made his body reach its limits, but it also greatly reduced the effects of the medicinal pills. But no matter what, he could not let out this sigh of relief. Because the price was death. Boy, do you really not want to live anymore? Ahead lies the level 5 Gale region. With your strength, going in means certain death. Lan Bao shouted again. Stop yammering. Chase after if you have the capabilities. If you don't have the abilities, then shut your mouth for this little lord. I won't stop. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan also did not think that this Lan Bao was actually so stubborn to actually chase until now in one breath. He could only grit his teeth and keep him company to the very end too. But this time, Lan Bao did not hurl a torrent of abuse. After keeping silent for a moment, he said again, Kid, I admit that you're a peerless talent. As long as you're willing to join our fierce-scale world, I can let bygones be bygones. Furthermore, I'll recommend you to Lord Wind Emperor. With your talent, you might be taken in by Lord Wind Emperor as a disciple. At that time, you can enjoy limitless cultivation resources. Yi Yuan also mused for a moment over on his side. He opened his mouth to ask, Is what you said true? When Lan Bao sensed that there was hope, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. Of course it's true. You can mobilize heaven and earth essence energy at the crystal formation realm. In the future, you'll definitely be a peerless powerhouse. Why do you have to end yourself here? Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse. With his grooming, you might even have a possibility of becoming the next generation Wind Emperor. That is a boundless realm powerhouse. In the lower realms, boundless realm, these two words represented showing disdain for the world. It signified elegance and talent. It symbolized loneliness at the pinnacle. And, body could resist the temptation of boundless realm. Especially Yi Yuan, who was currently in a desperate situation. The allure of boundless realm could unleash an even greater effect. It was just that Lan Bao simply did not know that boundless realm was roughly the same as a fart in Yi Yuan's eyes. If he disregarded the comprehension of concepts, Yi Yuan would not spend too much time even to cultivate to the Divine King realm. Boundless realm was too easy in his eyes. Then, you swear a heavenly Tao oath. Only then will I believe you. Yi Yuan hesitated slightly. Lan Bao was overjoyed when he heard that, but he said indifferently, That's not a problem. How about we stop first? Going forward is the level 5 Gale region already. All right, I'll count to 3. We stop together. Yi Yuan said, Fine. Lan Bao's glimmered with brilliant light. He did his best to restrain the killing intent in his heart, while he actually revolved all the essence energy in his body on the sly, and prepared to deal Yi Yuan a certain kill blow. 1, 2. Yi Yuan's voice came over leisurely. Lan Bao already mustered up his fist momentum. He just had to wait for Yi Yuan to stop, and he would immediately erupt and kill him. 3. But when he counted to 3, Yi Yuan threw another 2 medicinal pills into his mouth. Not only did he not stop, but he also ran even faster. Lan Bao thought that Yi Yuan fell for it and had long charged up his fist might fully. Seeing this scene, Lan Bao's eyes went wide, and he hurriedly dissipated the said essence energy by force. Even so, the powerful backlash still made Lan Bao suffer some internal injuries. For this purpose, Lan Bao's speed was affected too. The pair pulled apart the distance all at once again. This made Lan Bao so furious until his teeth made grinding sounds. This brat absolutely did it on purpose. You tricked me. Lan Bao roared angrily. Didn't you not stop as well? Why isn't it you who tricked me? You ate medicinal pills again. How about you stop first? I'll stop when you stop. How could Lan Bao dare to stop? This brat was full of tricks who simply could not be trusted. But they were about to enter the level 5 Gale region in a moment. In his present condition, entering the level 5 area was very dangerous. If Yi Yuan really paid no heed to his life and entered, then was he entering or not? Yi Yuan was currently sprinting frantically when all of a sudden, a gust of fierce wind blew over, choking him till he coughed and nearly overturned him on the ground. SSS, this level 5 gale region storm winds are indeed not on the same level as before. Finally, Yi Yuan stepped into the level 5 gale region. According to what Lan Feng said, the level 4 gale region to the level 5 gale region was a watershed. The strength of the level 5 gale winds was several times stronger than previously. Even Sea Transformation Realm did not dare to rashly go deep inside too. The level 5 storm winds' wind blades were close to materializing. Martial artists being inside was as if they were placed in a boundless blade formation. Furthermore, the level 5 storm winds could even erode martial artists' protective essence energy. If they stayed too long, they would undoubtedly die without a burial ground. With Lan Feng's strength, he only dared to stay for a day's time in the level 5 gale region too. Any longer, and he would not be able to leave. Now that Yi Yuan experienced it for himself, it indeed had a feeling of repute was not as good as encounter. Yi Yuan's comprehension of the concept of wind was not low, but even so, he also felt like he bit off more than he could chew. But he could no longer turn back. He could only run deeper inside. Seeing Yi Yuan plunge headfirst into the level 5 gale region, Lan Bao's expression flickered. Hesitating slightly, he also gritted his teeth and charged in. With his present body condition, he could at most stay for a day inside the level 5 gale region. If he could not kill off Yi Yuan within a day, the outcome would be too dreadful to contemplate. Stepping into the level 5 gale region, Lan Bao could only cut off all means of retreat. But the moment he entered the level 5 gale region, Lan Bao was taken aback. Yi Yuan disappeared. Yi Yuan actually vanished from his perception. How was this possible? He and Yi Yuan entering the level 5 gale region was only the time difference between the front foot and the back foot. How could Yi Yuan possibly shake him off in such a short time? All of a sudden, a type of emotion called panic welled up from the bottom of Lan Bao's heart. Pursuing Yi Yuan these few days without rest, and even losing nearly 10% of his vital blood essence, it could really be said to be shedding one's heart blood. And now, he actually lost Yi Yuan. Lan Bao was like a gambler right now. During these few days and nights, he bet his own fortune bit by bit. Now, he suddenly discovered that he lost it all, but did not gain anything. This sort of feeling was just like suddenly dropping into H-E-L-L. That sort of hesitation and powerlessness made him feel terror from the bottom of his heart. Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan! Lan Bao roared in the fierce winds, but what answered him was only the whistling of the fierce gales. Lan Bao's eyes turned red at once. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe this. You, a first-level crystal formation realm, can go up to the skies in this level 5 gale region. Even if I have to dig 3 feet underground today, I'll also dig you out. If you have the capabilities, don't get sliced into pieces by the gale winds." Chapter 350. Lan Bao ran wildly as if he was crazy, wanting to find Yi Yuan's silhouette. Lan Bao ran wildly as if he was crazy, wanting to find Yi Yuan's silhouette. But it was as if Yi Yuan disappeared into thin air. No matter how he let out his sense, there was body all around. "Arg! Yi Yuan! Get out here for me!" Lan Bao howled like a wild beast. There was still body that answered him. It was as if he was the only person left in the entire world. Lan Bao gave up all hope. He racked his brains and also could not figure out how the H-E-L-L Yi Yuan disappeared. Yi Yuan had clearly been inside his perception the entire time. Why did he vanish all of a sudden? And from the corner of his eyes, Lan Bao seemed to have discovered something. Walking closer to take a look, he noticed that the ground was spotted with blood. Ha ha! Turns out that he overestimated his own strength and was blown away by the gale winds. Really gave this father of yours a fright. But even if you're dismembered by the gale winds, I also want to see your corpse. The bloodstains on the ground had yet to dry. Clearly, it had just dripped. There were only Lan Bao and Yi Yuan, these two people. Who could the bloodstains be but Yi Yuan's? Seeing this pool of bloodstains, Lan Bao finally heaved a great sigh in relief. This situation reversed too quickly, making a sea transformation realm expert like Lan Bao feel very out of sorts. He was still waiting in H-E-L-L earlier. Now, he flew to heaven all at once. Looking around, Lan Bao finally found another area of bloodstains and could not help being ecstatic. He started following the direction of the bloodstains and chased over. Those bloodstains were indeed left by Yi Yuan. His body was covered all over with wounds left by wind blades. His arms, legs, chest, back, and even his face had streaks of bloodstains. These were all wounds left by the wind blades. Yi Yuan's clothes were already fully soaked in fresh blood, looking horrifyingly ghastly. But Yi Yuan seemed to be completely oblivious to all this, like he could not feel pain. At this moment, Yi Yuan was not running on land, but was swept up into the air by the gale winds. Yi Yuan's body drifted far along with the fierce winds just like a piece of paper, seemingly as if he already lost control of his body and could only submit to the whims of the wild storms. But looking over closely, Yi Yuan's body seemed to be swaying slightly with a rhythm, although that extent was very tiny, small until it could be overlooked. He was indeed moving. If Lan Bao was present, he would surely jump out of his skin, because Yi Yuan already withdrew protective essence energy. He was currently completely unprotected, taking off protective essence energy in the level 5 gale region. This was no different from suicide. The all-pervasive wind blades would mince martial artists into meat paste anytime. Even for fierce gale world martial artists who lived each day in the gale winds, and, body dared to do so too. But not only did Yi Yuan did it, he even stubbornly survived until now. Although the wounds on his body looked very dreadful and shocking, it was beyond all doubt that he was still alive. Lan Feng chased the bloodstains all the way. The initial exhilaration became doubt. Then it turned into a foreboding feeling. The deeper in, the more intense that ominous feeling got. Evidently, Yi Yuan did not die. If Yi Yuan really lost resistance, he would be diced into pieces by these materialized wind blades very soon. And the bloodstains on the ground were only some flecks and spots. It looked rather like it dripped from some minor wounds. And along the way as he tracked, he discovered that the bloodstains on the ground were becoming lesser and lesser. When he had just started, there were bloodstains the size of 2 palms on the ground. Later, it gradually became 1 palm size. Then, to the back, there were only bloodstains the size of a chicken egg. What did this show? It showed that Yi Yuan's wounds were currently healing. Lan Bao sucked in a deep breath and forcefully mustered up essence energy to increase speed and hunt him down. He wanted to see just what deceitful trick Yi Yuan was deliberately doing. Half a day after entering the level 5 gale region, Lan Bao finally saw Yi Yuan, who was drifting in the air. When Yi Yuan appeared in front of Lan Bao, words were really unable to describe the astonishment in his heart. The blood stains on Yi Yuan already dried up, but that miserable feel came from straight ahead. Except Lan Bao could not become happy at all when he saw Yi Yuan's tragic appearance, because that was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Yuan was actually comprehending the concept of wind in the level 5 gale region. Comprehending the concept of wind by itself was not something impressive. One could say that fierce-scale world martial artists have been comprehending the concept of wind without a moment's pause since birth. But there had never been anyone who would use this sort of insane method to comprehend concepts, removing protective essence energy to let their bodies be fully exposed to the gale winds. And, oh, Body dared to try this kind of suicidal cultivation method, ignoring that this was the level 5 gale region. Even at the level 4 or even the level 3 gale region, there would not be people doing this sort of thing. But Yi Yuan did it just like that. Not only did he do it, he even survived proper, and well until now. This was truly something beyond understanding. Without essence energy protecting the body, how did Yi Yuan avoid those countless streaks of concentrated wind blades? When Lan Bao saw Yi Yuan's movements clearly, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Yi Yuan's body was swaying about in an extremely tiny range, and each time he swayed, he could evade the wind blades skillfully. With Lan Bao's visual prowess, he actually could not see clearly just how Yi Yuan avoided it, but undoubtedly, the wind blades that were everywhere and that could only be withstood using protective essence energy in his eyes, Yi Yuan could avoid them niftily. Those wind blades could not harm Yi Yuan, whose H plus a wind blade cut Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows in pain. Several drops of fresh blood flowed down his body. Seeing this scene, Lan Bao's heart plummeted. He plainly saw earlier that when that wind blade arrived in front of Yi Yuan already had nowhere to evade. But the final outcome was that it just left a trivial wound on Yi Yuan's arm. And just in that instant earlier, there were no less than several hundred wind blades that attacked Yi Yuan. But only this one wind blade left a shallow wound on Yi Yuan's body. No way. I can't let him continue to comprehend. Take this chance to kill him. Lan Bao had an ominous feeling. He decided to make a move. The next instant, Lan Bao's sea transformation realm aura abruptly erupted, only to see his body transform into an afterimage, sweeping over towards Yi Yuan in midair. Tumultuous violent wave. Go die, Yi Yuan! An extremely violent punch, formidable until it made people feel stifled. But Yi Yuan in midair seemed to still be immersed in the world of comprehending the concept of wind, and was oblivious to Lan Bao's attack. Lan Bao's explosive power was extremely strong, and his speed was also exceedingly quick. His figure crossed a distance of several hundred feet in a blink of an eye, and arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Powerful essence energy undulations blasted away all those materialized wind blades, forming a vacuum zone without wind blades. One could imagine just how formidable the might of this fist from Lan Bao was. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan, who had his eyes shut the whole time, suddenly snapped them open. Looking at Lan Bao, the corner of his mouth showed a derisive smile. Lan Bao was shocked inwardly, and immediately felt that things were not going well. Indeed, he only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight. You came at such a perfect timing. I contest the wind flow true intent that I just comprehended. It was as if Yi Yuan's voice came from H.E.L.L. Chapter 351, True Intent. You're saying that you comprehended true intent. Lan Bao's gaze turned intent as he asked in disbelief. True intent. You're saying that you comprehended true intent. Lan Bao's gaze turned intent as he asked in disbelief. What? You don't believe it? You can come and give it a try. Yi Yuan said with a grin. Lan Bao's eyes flickered. He was all too clear on what true intent meant. He was also way too clear on the difficulty of comprehending true intent. Just a short half-day's time, and Yi Yuan actually comprehended a true intent. This was a seriously tremendous blow to him. He pursued Yi Yuan for 7 days and 7 nights, and such a result appeared in the end. This really made him unable to quite accept it. Hence, he chose not to believe it. Humph. Then I'll give it a shot. Do you think that dodging my attack once by a fluke can scare me? True intent. Haha, is true intent that easy to comprehend? Lan Bao said with a cold sneer. Finished talking, another punch struck forth. At practically the first moment he threw the punch, Yi Yuan's figure floated away like a piece of paper. The punch hit nothing again. Lan Bao's face fell. Yi Yuan's movements were too bizarre, as if he knew what he was thinking. That punch just now, Yi Yuan accurately predicted his intent to attack and responded right away. Lan Bao's speed was exceedingly swift. This was just something that took place in the time for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Yi Yuan's speed was not fast, but he could respond to it in advance. I still don't believe it. Lan Bao gritted his teeth, his fists SMAs. I plussing onto Yi Yuan's body like a torrential squall. But Yi Yuan's body was just like a falling leaf in the wind. The fiercer Lan Bao's fist was, the harder it was to hit him. It was like Lan Bao's punches spurred the air to forcefully push Yi Yuan aside. So no matter how Lan Bao attacked, he could not hit Yi Yuan. In a twinkle, over 100 moves Pa-S said. But Lan Bao did not even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. At this instant, Lan Bao faintly had a feeling that it was as if Yi Yuan had merged together with the surrounding wild winds, and he was fighting the entire storm. This sort of feeling was utterly preposterous, but it was so real to give up. You can't hit me. If it were you at full power, I might still have some fear. But the current, you can't even touch me at all. Yi Yuan said lightly, shut your mouth for me. Go to H-E-L-L. Lan Bao already descended into a crazed state and completely turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words. Or perhaps he did not wish to admit this fact at all. Sigh. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh. His figure swayed. Vanish. H-I, plussing from within Lan Bao's fist silhouettes. When he appeared again, he was already over 100 feet away. Your attacks are much too inferior compared to these wind blades that cover the entire sky. Even these wind blades can't hurt me anymore. How can you harm me? Lan Bao's expression was ugly to the max. He knew that Yi Yuan should have really comprehended the so-called wind flow true intent. Not only did he fail to kill Yi Yuan, but he also let Yi Yuan obtain a tremendous harvest instead. Lan Bao's gloominess now could be imagined. No matter how fast your fist is, you just have to move, and the wind will flow along with it. Thanks to you, I grasped the law of wind flow in this level 5 gale region and comprehended the wind flow true intent. Yi Yuan said, Humph. So what if you grasp true intent? My Lan family tribe has already sent Ma-S Civ forces to guard the realm Pa-S Sageway. Do you think that you can still escape back to the endless world safely? Lan Bao said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan beamed and said, I don't need you to worry about that. After I rescue my fellow apprentices, I naturally have ways to bring them back. I feel that it's better if you worry about your own matters instead. Even if I can't do anything to you, you aren't thinking that you can do anything to me, right? Don't forget, you're only at the first level crystal formation realm. Although Lan Bao was not at his peak condition right now, he was a 5th level C transformation realm expert after all. A lean camel was bigger than a horse. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could do anything to him. Yi Yuan said, when I comprehended true intent earlier, I just happen to have some ideas that I can test out on you. If you can receive it, so what if I let you leave? Seeing Yi Yuan's fully confident appearance, Lan Bao was taken aback and instinctively felt that things were not good. He was currently suffering from severe blood essence loss, and his strength was already greatly discounted. In addition to staying half a day in the level 5 Gale region, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight long ago. On the other hand, although his body was riddled with injuries, Yi Yuan virtually did not use much essence energy in this half a day. Instead, he recovered quite substantially. With one weakening and the other strengthening, it already lessened the distance between the two considerably. Furthermore, Lan Bao had witnessed Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. Its attack power was so strong that even he did not dare to be negligent. Thinking up to here, how could Lan Bao dare to continue class? Plussing head-on with Yi Yuan? Losing face was better than losing his life. Lan Bao did think about anything else, turning around to flee. Yi Yuan had noticed his actions long ago. How could he give him a chance to escape? The 7 days and 7 nights pursuit had forced Yi Yuan into a hopeless situation. If not for having some inspiration at the 11th hour and comprehending true intent, what condition he would be in right now would still be ambiguous. Moreover, in the Eternal Splendor Palace's second level, that punch from Lan Bao nearly claimed Yi Yuan's little life. New grudges together with old hatred. Now was the time to settle all scores. In Lan Bao's eyes, Yi Yuan released his aura, and his entire being seemingly to have transformed into a S of flames. Yi Yuan put both hands together. A gust of fierce wind rose up from the bottom of his feet. That bundle of flames flared sky-high, with a roar. Wind, fire, violent blaze, transforming dragon. Go! Yi Yuan gave a light cry and sent it out with both palms. A colossal roaring dragon rushed out, hurtling at full speed towards the frenziedly running Lan Bao. Violent blaze transforming dragon was the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art, Mortal Chapter's 3rd auxiliary skill. When he was at the state of Qin, Yi Heng once used this martial technique. Its power was matchless, and at this moment, the gigantic dragon that Yi Yuan fired out was many times larger than Yi Heng's. The moment the fire dragon was unleashed, it actually caught up to Lan Bao in a blink of an eye. Lan Bao was in the midst of fleeing. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura from behind catching up and could not help getting a shock. He hurriedly turned around to face the enemy. Tumultuous violent wave. Break for me. Lan Bao smashed a fist out ferociously. Class. Plussing together with the fire dragon. With this collision, Lan Bao's face changed drastically. The fire dragon actually directly coiled around his fist and snaked upwards. How could he have the time to change his move at this point? Only to hear a bang. The fire dragon collided viciously onto Lan Bao's chest. Poor work. The incredible impact force sent Lan Bao flying out and vomiting a large mouthful of blood in midair. It was just that Lan Bao had yet to tumble to the ground when he was swept away by a gust of fierce wind. Arg! Lan Bao's tragic cries came from the air. Countless gale. Wind penetrated his protective essence energy, SLAs. Plussing on his body like blades. After a dozen breaths later, not a sound could be heard from Lan Bao anymore. He was originally already at his limits and received Yi Yuan's dreadful attack too. He was simply unable to maintain his own protective essence energy anymore. These storm winds did not have any sympathy and attacked Lan Bao indiscriminately. How could Lan Bao not die? Watching Lan Bao be swallowed up by the fierce storms, Yi Yuan also sucked in a breath deeply. The hards. Plus PS along the way, only he alone knew. Chapter 352 with Lan Bao's death. Yi Yuan's tightly wound, nerves relaxed immediate. With Lan Bao's death, Yi Yuan's tightly wound, nerves relaxed immediate. But it was only to see his legs turn to jelly. Even standing upright was actually quite strenuous. The few days of sprinting at his limits already wore Yi Yuan's body and mind out immensely. At this moment, He could not sustain any longer. Lan Feng's figure suddenly appeared. He was startled when he saw Yi Yuan's condition and hurriedly supported him. Having the slave seal planted, all of Lan Feng's words and actions centered around Yi Yuan and did not have his own personality. Seeing Yi Yuan's all-scratched-up appearance, Lan Feng felt concern from the bottom of his heart. "Are you all right, master?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said weakly, "Bring me out." Lan Feng nodded and piggybacked Yi Yuan towards the level 4 Gale region. 2 days later, somewhere in the level 4 Gale region, an essence energy tempest towered to the skies, isolating the biting cold gale winds. Around an hour later, the essence energy tempest dissipated, revealing a white-clothed youth with glimmering eyes and an imposing aura. This white-clothed youth was precisely Yi Yuan. Although these few days of pursuit was impossibly arduous for him, it was also a valuable gain. The pursuit evasion journey, these 7 days and nights, not only let him comprehend the wind flow true intent, it even let his realm reach the peak first level crystal formation realm inconspicuously. Hence, after he recuperated from his injuries, Yi Yuan chose to break through directly. The Yi Yuan who had just broken through to the second level crystal formation realm had his essence, energy, and spirit reached peak condition, sweeping away the dispiritedness previously. The body that was initially riddled with injuries by the gale winds was also already completely recovered now. Those scars on his face had already vanished fully right now. He seemed the same as usual. But having been through such fierce consumption, Yi Yuan's condensed fragrance pills and haste pills were pretty much all expended entirely. A condensed fragrance pill was a Tier 3 Essence Energy Recovery medicinal pill. It was unbelievably marvelous, much stronger than ordinary Tier 3 Qi returning pill. If he did not have condensed fragrance pills earlier to replenish essence energy, Yi Yuan would have been caught up by Lan Bao long ago. It was also relying precisely on the condensed fragrance pills and haste pills, these two types of heaven-defying Tier 3 medicinal pills, that Yi Yuan dared to play such a great chasing game with Lan Bao. He won in the end. To think that the concept of wind and concept of fire would actually have such formidable offensive power when combined. It's just a pity that I only comprehended the transmission true intent for the concept of fire. If I comprehended the scorching true intent, the power should be able to rise another level. Indeed, the effects of merging true intent are even stronger. Yi Yuan mused to himself. When facing off with Lan Bao previously, luck favored Yi Yuan as he had an inspiration and thought about incorporating the concept of wind into the violent blaze transforming dragon. He did not think that it would garner an unexpected effect. The so-called fire borrowed the power of wind, and wind aided the might of fire. Was this logic? The wind-fire violent blaze, transforming dragon's offensive power during an instant, was even stronger than the 1,000 flowing petals. 1,000 flowing petals combined both offense and defense, belonging to the pure killing people with blades type. Furthermore, 1,000 flowing petals could attack in a variety of ways, and was exceedingly hard to fend off. In comparison, Wind-Fire Violent Blaze Transforming Dragon was a pure offensive type martial technique. As long as Yi Yuan's finished casting it, its instantaneous offensive might would be remarkably powerful. This point could be seen from Lan Bao's end. Looks like much still remains to be accomplished on the road to comprehending concepts, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Wanting to become a divine realm's peak existence, comprehending concepts was a path that had to be taken. Yi Yuan knew for a fact that the 10 great divine kings were all martial artists who comprehended at least 3 kinds of supreme true intent, and he only just comprehended 1 kind of supreme true intense elementary form up till now. Saying that much remained to be accomplished was expected. It was just that if Yi Yuan let the 10 great divine kings hear his words, they would probably cough up blood on the spot. When they were at Yi Yuan's age, forget about supreme true intent. They might not even have touched upon the boundaries of true intent. And Yi Yuan already comprehended 4 types of true intents, and fused 2 of them into the elementary form of a supreme true intent. Such monstrous talent, even the 10 great divine kings would feel deeply ashamed. While Yi Yuan had knowledge Serpa-s, sing this plane, and also the experiences of a divine realm's alchemy emperor, these were insufficient to let him comprehend true intent so quickly. Yi Yuan relied entirely on his effort and talent to be able to comprehend 4 kinds of true intents. Seeing Yi Yuan finish breaking through, Lan Feng, who had been protecting by the side the whole time, came forward and said, "Congratulations to Master on the breakthrough." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and asked Lan Feng, "How far is this place from the central capital?" Lan Feng said, "Replying Master, this place is still the level 4 Gale region. If without flying spirit artifacts, Rus, H, I, plus Ing to the central capital, will probably need several years." "And why is it so far?" Lan Bao and I ran for 6 days and nights and finished running through the level 4 Gale region. Reaching the central capital actually requires several years. Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. He only used 6 days to finish running through the level 4 Gale region, so he felt that the fierce Gale world's area should not be large. Looking at it now, it was not what he had actually imagined. The fierce Gale world's broadest expansive regions are the level 1 and level 2 Gale regions, followed by level 3 Gale region. The vast majority of the fierce Gale world's inhabitants also stay in these regions. In the level 4 Gale region, there are virtually no signs of human inhabitation, and the level 4 to level 9 Gale regions added together is roughly the size of the first 3 Gale regions. Moreover, the level 4 Gale region is actually just a transition zone. The land area is not vast. Hence, Master only used 6 days to finish running it. Lan Feng explained. Yi Yuan only saw the light now. So that's how it is. Then, are there any places nearby with transmission arrays leading to the central capital? Since walking on foot took too long, they obviously could only go through transmission arrays. Lan Feng said, "Fierce Gale World's formations path is undeveloped. The tribes in the vicinity with transmission arrays leading straight to the central capital. As far as I know, there's only the Lan family tribe." Yi Yuan nodded his head and was not surprised by this. Since the Lan family tribe was left here by the previous Wind Emperor to guard the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array, having a transmission array leading to the capital was very normal. Since direct travel won't work, do a layover then. Can't be that there aren't midway transmission arrays, right? Of course there are. Some of the slightly larger tribes nearby have transmission arrays leading to the level 1 region. All right then, you bring me to a tribe that's relatively easy to talk to. Should I disguise myself? Yi Yuan asked. Yi Yuan's outfit and skin color had a clear difference from Lan Feng's. One look, and they could tell that he was not a fierce Gale World native. Yi Yuan naturally had this query, but Lan Feng said, "No need. The level 1 Gale region's Gale winds won't be so strong like the outer boundaries. Everyone's living conditions are comparatively much better. Many of the Blee family's juniors in the central capital are the same as Master, all very refined people and won't be rugged like us. Master just has to change into fierce Gale World's attires, and other people won't become suspicious." Yi Yuan caught on and changed into the clothes inside Lan Feng's storage ring. His entire person's demeanor took on a new feel, decreased a few parts of elegant air, increased in some unyielding feel. The 2 people got their belongings in order and were just about to set off for the level 3 region when all of a sudden, a battle cry sounded.